Donate a new toy and make our Christmas wish come true for kids' sake.
Knocking the Giants out of the playoffs. Similar circumstances exist today as the Jets conclude what appears to be their final season under Joe Walton, facing a Buffalo team one win away from the AFC East title. We'll talk live with newly hired Jets GM Dick Steinberg as he prepares to chart his new team's future. What motivated Sam Weiss to show no mercy during Cincinnati's annihilation of Houston last week? We'll have more on that story from the AFC Central. And O.J. Simpson will shed some light on the electric company, 16 years after they rewrote the football record book. Plus, the insiders with news on Steve Spurrier, Warren Moon, and Jerry Glanville just ahead on this Saturday edition of NFL Live. So it's the final weekend of the regular season, and 17 teams are still eligible for the 7 remaining postseason berths. Welcome to our NFL Live studios in New York. Bob Costas, along with O.J. Simpson. Now, Juice, a week ago you were saying that for veteran players at least, cold weather is actually preferable to warm weather late in the season. You'd feel great then out of the Meadowlands, where temperatures will be in the single digits for the Bills and Jets today. Wind chill, they say, somewhere between -15 and -20.
I'll tell you, Bob, in my 9 years in Buffalo, we had a lot of bad days in practice, but I don't ever recall playing in a game where it was chill factor of -15. But in a game like this, it's the weather. I mean, size and speed has nothing to do with anything. It's the most motivated team that's going to win, and that should be the Buffalo Bills. If they win the championship. They get 2 weeks off to regroup, and they have a $10,000 check waiting for them with the possibility of making more money if they win that playoff game. As far as the Jets, they're playing for nothing. As a matter of fact, if they lose, they may have a shot at the #1 draft choice in the upcoming college draft. So I expect the Bills to be going all out to win. I expect the Jets to be hanging around those sideline heaters today.
Of course, the Bills, after the great start, have lost 3 in a row, so they have problems of their own. We'll continue with NFL Live momentarily. But right now, let's go to NBC News and get a report from Garrick Utley. Garrick?
Thank you, Bob. Here is the latest situation in the revolution in Romania still underway. Fighting is continuing in many parts of that country, and it has now been announced that Nicolae Ceausescu, the deposed dictator, has been captured along with his wife and the rest of his family. They fled the capital of Bucharest yesterday when the Romanian army sided with the people. However, internal security forces loyal to Ceausescu have been fighting to regain power. This was Bucharest today, army troops backed by civilians trying to root out security forces who were barricaded in the presidential palace and elsewhere in the city. We will let the pictures speak for themselves. Tanks of the Romanian army were brought into the city, but the army forces themselves are poorly armed compared to the pro-Ceausescu security forces. The tanks were drawn up outside the presidential palace in Bucharest. Fighting was heavy, continued throughout the day. No details on casualties. Palace in flames. Civilians, too, caught in the battle. At one point today, Libyan and Syrian mercenaries in Romania reportedly joined the Ceausescu forces fighting to hold on to their power. One of the targets of the security forces today was the television building in the hands of the revolutionary movement, but the TV studios did not fall. Indeed, This afternoon, Bucharest time, an announcement was made in the TV studio that Nicolae Ceausescu had been captured along with members of his family, and that they are being held by the army, and that Ceausescu will be tried by the people. It was not, however, announced where or how they were apprehended. As the fighting continues throughout Romania and other cities alongside Bucharest, the Soviet Union announced today that it is consulting with its Warsaw Pact allies about what measures could or should be taken to help the Romanian people. That, of course, raises the question of possible Soviet intervention in Romania, but there is no evidence of that about to happen. And now let's turn to Panama. Here is the latest on the situation there. The United States sent 2,000 more troops to Panama today to help the 23,000 soldiers already in that country. Many of those troops were patrolling streets in Panama City and elsewhere where anarchy has ruled since the U.S. entered Panama 4 days ago to oust the regime of General Noriega. Noriega, meanwhile, has not been found, even as a U.S. military officer has charged that the deposed dictator, an accused drug dealer, is directing a counteroffensive by armed civilians against the American forces in Panama. Of course, we will have more from Panama and from Romania as events warrant throughout this afternoon, and a full report on the day's news this evening on NBC Nightly News. I'm Garrick Utley. Now back to Bob Costas.
Garrick, we thank you. Remarkable developments, and as Garrick said, as these developments warrant, we'll get back to NBC News during the course of the football game. Should anything be new, be there to bring you. This makes for a difficult segue into the world of fun and games, but it's come down to this for the Buffalo Bills: win today, and they're champions of the AFC East. However, the one-time darlings of both the fans and experts have lost 3 straight, and they've been torn by strife within the team. After last Sunday's error-filled loss to the 49ers, the Bills seem to be trying to unite in the face of adversity.
And we came in this locker room, nobody was pointing fingers at anybody. Everybody's head was up, so I think that's a good sign for this Saturday coming in, playing the Jets and hopefully throughout the playoffs.
If they win next week, they're deserving. You're damn right they are. Why wouldn't they be? Is somebody else more deserving? If we win next week, all 3 of us have the chance. You bet your they are.
Marv Levy is a history buff, so you can be sure he's keenly aware of a couple of things. Number 1, the Bills have the 80s' worst record in December, and number 2, he remembers what the Jets did in their final game last year. The Giants entered the last week of the season in need of a win to secure the NFC East title, but the Jets won it for Joe Walton, scoring in the game's final seconds for an upset which denied the Giants a playoff spot. Lately, the Jets have had to settle for spoiling other teams' playoff aspirations because futility has become a franchise trademark. Reversing that trend is clearly the mandate for Dick Steinberg. The former Patriots director of player personnel was hired by the Jets on Monday. He joins us now live from the Meadowlands. You have a Tuesday meeting scheduled with Joe Walton, Dick, and speculation is rampant that he'll get the pink slip. You want to add anything to that?
No, I really don't. We're trying to finish the season with some semblance of order. We got a game today. Our players will take physicals tomorrow, and we're going to sit down with Joe and key members of the staff on Tuesday and make a determination the direction we're going to go.
This is a difficult situation for you as you watch this last regular season game, a team that you've had nothing to do with assembling, and if they win today, it actually hurts your position as you embark upon the Steinberg era because you can't get the very first pick in the draft. If you lose today, you have a chance for that, so I imagine you have to watch with mixed feelings.
Yeah, it's very unusual, I think, that somebody from another team in the same division would show up in the offices of one of their former rivals in the final week of the season. And I do have mixed emotions about the result of this game.
Can you assess the Jet personnel for us? You've been quoted earlier in the week saying that Al Toon, Eric McMillan, excellent young players. They're the untouchables, but everybody else potentially is in jeopardy.
Yeah, I think that's been overemphasized. I don't think you can come in and lop off heads. I mean, you can't get rid of a player until you have his replacement. I think there's a lot of good young players on the defensive unit, and over the last 2 years, they've had to play a lot. And I would think that's what we're really going to try and build around. But there are veterans here, and you need veterans for leadership. We just don't have a great number of guys in the prime of their career to build a nucleus around.
How about quarterback? Pat Ryan, of course, a good backup, but a career-long backup, and the stock of Ken O'Brien and Tony Eason, for different reasons, apparently has fallen in the last couple of years. Do you have what you need at quarterback, or must you draft or trade in that area if you're to become a contender?
Well, I really think healthy Tony Eason and Ken O'Brien are good enough to win with. Ken's put a lot of points on the board. He can throw the ball, and Tony has come back from his injuries and was highly successful in '85 and '86. Sure, we'd like to have a young one to bring along, but I think for the next couple of years, the quarterback's going to be either O'Brien or Eason.
Lastly, is there a reasonable timetable for Jet fans? How many years before you expect they'd be ready to contend?
Well, I think the number one thing you're trying to do is progress in your division, and if we can make strides next year and play hard and play with intensity and consistency, then I think we got the end in sight, and we can think about maybe the playoffs.
Dick, thanks very much, and good luck in New York.
Thanks a lot, Bob.
We'll have more on the apparent end of the Joe Walton era at halftime today. Now, tonight in Houston, the Oilers and Browns will decide the AFC Central title. A key factor will be Jerry Glanville's ability to bring his team back from last Sunday's shellacking in Cincinnati. In retrospect, it's very clear that the 61-7 final there was absolutely no accident.
Well, we have to beat the Horrors twice. We've got to beat them Sunday on the football field, and we've got to beat them so soundly that it affects how they're able to play the next week. We've got to help Cleveland win the next week.
Kicks on the way, and the kick is good. 21 seconds to play, and the Bengals extend their lead to 61-7.
We could have scored 150, we would have done it. There's no question about it. This team is they're an obnoxious bunch of people, from their head coach right on down. You know, I really, I don't like to talk about people like that, but this guy is so phony. You know, you just don't like to be around, and you don't like to whip guys by close margins if you can beat them by big margins when they're just not genuine type folks. And this is the case with the Houston Oilers.
He just breeds a certain type of hatred. As good as his team is and as good as his defense is and his offense, I mean, you just, I don't know if our other guys are going to be talking like this, but just for me, it just like turns my stomach.
What we try to do is play football and not respond back to them. And probably more so than any other time we played.
It's a small fraternity. Coaches, you know, some people are outlaws, but most people, I think, within, you just don't do that to people. As soon as they'll turn it around on you sooner or later.
I knew Sam a long, long time. I don't think any less of Sam now than I ever did.
Now remember, the Oilers have always been a bounce-back team, very resilient. They haven't lost 2 in a row at any time since 1987. In contrast to last week's clash, Glanville faces an old friend tonight. The Oiler coach was an assistant to Cleveland's Bud Carson at Georgia Tech in the 1960s. Coming up now, it's been 16 years since Buffalo's Electric Company powered the juice to the NFL's single-season rushing record. O.J. takes us back in time. That's next, when NFL Live continues.
NFL Live is sponsored by Acura Automobiles, #1 in customer satisfaction 3 years in a row. By Crest, the dentist's choice for fighting cavities. Crest with Floristat. And by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Cross the road to Kentucky Fried Chicken.
You think you're better than me, don't you?
Oh, not again. I was better than you in high school. I was better than you in college. And I am better than you now.
There are still some people in this world who can change tax brackets without changing personalities.
You want to put that to a test? Let's go. Now? Now.
For those people, there's a car called the Legend Coupe from Acura. #1 in customer satisfaction 3 years in a row.
This is an apple, and this is an apple. The difference between the two, gum disease. You don't brush, you don't floss, you don't visit your dentist, you don't eat this apple. You eat this one.
This message was brought to you with the approval of the American Dental Association by Crest, the dentist's choice, because healthy gums are important to healthy teeth.
Stuffing! Mr. Scrooge loves the new stuffing in the 5-piece holiday meal deal from Kentucky Fried Chicken. Stuffing! With 5 pieces of the Colonel's chicken and 2 buttermilk biscuits, all for only $4.99. Perfect for the 2 of us. Heavens, it's the Cratchits!
Hide the stuffing. We brought the 10-piece holiday meal.
With 4 biscuits and more stuffing.
Just $9.99.
I like the way you think, Cratchit.
Get the 5 or 10-piece holiday meal deal at Kentucky Fried Chicken.
advice from all of us at Angel Soft and Georgia Pacific.
No one says no to cocoa.
20 years ago, and a Heisman Trophy winner from USC ventures to Buffalo for the first time.
Okay, what do you know about the Buffalo Bills football team? Not too much. I watched them play a few times last year. I saw them when they beat the Jets. I saw them in a game late in the season. I think they were playing Oakland, and they had a fine defensive team, but they wasn't getting much help from the offense at the time. Fortunately, I appear to have gotten better looking in the intervening years, Bob.
Yeah, and fortunately, color television appears to have been invented since then as well. So when you look at this next segment, it won't be in black and white. We go back to the golden year of 1973, 2,000 yards.
Well, when you saw that interview, I guess I was a little naive. I thought I can put on a Bills uniform, walk out, and we'd win football games. I wasn't wise to the politics of the NFL. It was actually 4 years before the Bills went out and got a coach, who in turn went and got the players, who with their help enabled me to fulfill my ambitions as a pro ball player. My first 3 years in Buffalo were, well, let's just say frustrating. The Bills didn't have much of an offense, and we didn't have much of an offensive line, and we didn't have a coach who understood the running game. All of that changed with the arrival of head coach Lou Saban and his offensive line coach, Jim Ringo.
Jim Ringo took the five of us, none of which were superstars at any one particular position, and just molded it in and just came up with the blocking schemes. He utilized everybody's talents to the best of their ability, didn't ask anybody to do something that they weren't capable of doing.
Donnie Green, Joe DeLongville, Dave Foley, Mike Motley, Paul Seymour. Our offense probably was more aggressive than our defense. And we just knocked people off the ball and had fun.
The idea was that we turned loose the juice, so they called us the electric company.
As the year was going on, I thought, man, this is easy, because we were like rushing for over 200 yards every game. But I thought to myself, man, I'm going to help this guy break a record. You know, after we started going, like after about 7 games, I think he got his 1,000 yards on a Monday night against Kansas City. And I'm thinking to myself, then, man, if we got 1,000 now, we're only getting better.
I think it was 2 games before the last game of the season, Reggie said to me that, said, Donnie, we have the opportunity, you know, to set the NFL rushing record, you know, team-wise and individually. And so, you know, we got together and decided to do it.
Well, they don't play football here at Shea Stadium anymore, but 16 years ago, the Buffalo Bills had come here to play the New York Jets. The temperature then was much as it is today, cold. But we weren't concerned about that because we had 2 things on our mind. 1, to win the football game because we still had a chance for the playoffs, and 2, to break Jim Brown's single-season rushing record. Jim Brown's record was the one that he wanted to break. And I said, screw that, you know, you'll get that. Let's go do something nobody else has ever done. And that's 2,000 yards.
What stands out in mind the most is the intensity as the ball game went on. You could really get aggressive because I know in my mind, I really felt that this was a very historic moment. And no official's going to dare throw a flag, it'll call a holding penalty or something like that, unless you really grab the guy by the face and threw him to the ground. You could feel it in the huddle. I mean, you could see it. I mean, every time you went back to the huddle, there was a countdown. You know, we need 103 yards, and then all of a sudden we're down to 75 yards.
2nd and 5 at the 20-yard line. O.J. carries. He drives downfield, goes for 6-7 yards. He may have 2,000 right now. 2,000 yards for O.J. Wow!
You know, I think everybody felt inside themselves this great feeling of satisfaction, and I think it's lasted personally, and I'm sure for the rest of the guys on that offensive line with them for the rest of their lives.
Of course, there were a few other guys who contributed to that 73 season. Jim Braxton, Larry Watkins, Ray Jarvis, J.D. Hill, and Bobby Chandler. You know, I think these guys epitomize what football was all about. It's a team sport. Individually, none of them may ever go to the Hall of Fame, but as a group, they were great, and in turn, they made me great. One of the most satisfying moments of my life was earlier this year. I did a story on Ohio football. I went to Canton in a Hall of Fame, and there was a display, and in that display was a plaque with the electric company's name on it, because they were collectively the Lineman of the Year in 1973, and they were in the Hall of Fame. And if my name is there, they certainly deserve to be there.
All right, Juice, a couple of statistical notes. People may forget, you needed 200 yards that last snowy day at Shea Stadium. You were just over 1,800 through 13 games, got the 200 to go to 2003, and then when the great Eric Dickerson, taking nothing away from him, passed you in terms of total yards in one season, he's the only other guy to go over 2,000, he did it in 16 games. You had more yards per game in the 1973 season. All right, now, in the spirit of the holidays, the insiders are here, and that's right, folks. They're making a list. They're checking it twice. Stay with us to find out if Jerry Glanville's been naughty or nice.
If you shower with soap, this is what you're missing.
Zestfully clean.
Never before. Never with soap.
Zestfully clean. You're not fully clean unless you're zestfully clean.
Soap leaves a sticky film behind, but Zest rinses clean away. Zest deodorant lathers you clean, then rinses you cleaner. With Zest, you feel cleaner because you are cleaner.
Zestfully, zestfully, zestfully clean. You're not fully clean unless you're zestfully clean.
You want to start small, but think tall. That's your plan with computers that can grow along with you. How are you going to do it? Well, you're going to PS2 it with the IBM PS2. You want to network up, network down, share information with other towns. In your business, you got a mission to rise above the competition. How are you going to do it? I'll tell you. You're going to PS2 it. The solution is IBM.
The anti-lock brakes on the 1990 Acura Integra were inspired by those used to stop jet aircraft. And while you might expect to find such technology on a multi-million-dollar airplane, you might not expect to find it on an automobile that costs considerably less.
I'm Christy, here to tell you that Hyundai of Orchard Park is #1 in total customer satisfaction in the entire United States. Of course, that means they're not only #1 here, they're #1 here.
That's right, Christy. Here's the 1990 fuel-injected XL, new from the ground up with more power and quicker acceleration. All this for under $6,000.
Now that makes more sense to me than ever.
Hyundai of Orchard Park on Southwestern Boulevard, 1 mile east of Rich Stadium.
Time again now for two men who fervently believe that it's better to give than to receive. In the spirit of the season, it's the insiders, Bobby Beathard and the wily one, Ralph Wiley. All right, Bobby, Steve Spurrier's name has been connected on this show and others with a variety of jobs. Where's he going?
It looks like he's going to end up at the University of Florida. His interview didn't go well with the Atlanta Falcons. He hasn't committed to Florida yet, but that's where he'll end up.
The interview didn't go well. He wasn't happy with them. They weren't impressed with him.
The Atlanta Falcons weren't particularly happy with the way that Steve presented himself, and I think that his only option is going to be Florida, and it's a great job, so he'll be happy.
Jerry Glanville's options, is he going to be checking them out at year's end?
Well, you could spin that helmet right back around and send Jerry Glanville to the secret square in Atlanta, Bob. Jerry Glanville will go and become the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons if the Oilers don't go to the Super Bowl. And as he leaves the lot, he was heard to exclaim as he drove off the lot, "Merry Christmas to all and to all a cheap shot." Is he really hanging by a thread?
Oh, he sure is. It said, you know, they've gotten rid of a coach that's much more popular than Glanville, Bum Phillips. They don't like Glanville. They're tired of his antics, and he has to be held responsible for the things that his players do on the field. He's an awfully good coach, but the people in the organization would rather have somebody else. If he loses, I'd say he's out. If he wins the Super Bowl, he'll be retained, but they don't want him. Jackie Sherrill, the ex-coach at Texas A&M, is the one that's been rumored to be the next Oiler coach. But I say the next Oiler coach, if Glanville is gone, will be Jack Pardee from the University of Houston.
Now, what do you make of this brouhaha here in the AFC Central? Sam Weish, Jerry Glanville. Got to hand it to Glanville, though. He's been coy about the whole thing. He knows he got his behind kicked 61-7, so he hasn't said anything except a brilliant comment. I don't think any less of Sam than I did in the first place. But how do you think Weiss comes out of this whole thing?
Well, he looks like Albert Einstein compared to Glanville. What do you think, Bobby?
Well, I think it's hard to come out worse than Glanville in anything this year. People just don't like him. Weiss has shown his frustrations. I think that's what's coming out with Sam, the frustrations of the season.
Another note pertaining to the Oilers. Bruce Matthews going to have a little extra something beneath his tree?
Yeah, I think he's going to have a $450,000 Christmas present. When they negotiated his contract, Howard Slusher, his agent, met with Lad Herzig. Slusher wasn't happy with the outcome of the negotiation. Herzig threw him a bone. $450,000 if he makes first or second team All-NFL 2 years in a row. Well, he made it last year, and this year he was just selected a starter in the Pro Bowl. So you can count on Bruce getting the $450,000 bone.
It's an Oiler fest here. AFC Pro Bowl starting quarterback Warren Moon, what about him?
Well, the house of pain has turned into the house of self-inflicted wound, Bob. Warren Moon's a quarterback. He plays on the offense. All this cheap shot stuff reveals itself on Warren Moon's body. A couple years ago, Howie Long, who's going to send a Christmas card to you, Bobby, pretty soon, told me that Warren Moon is the toughest physical quarterback in the league. They got 35 hits on him one game, and he came back fighting. He got into an argument with Chris Dishman, I'm told, and told Dishman, look, stop this. You're going to get us killed. Just another reason why Jerry Glanville is skating on thin ice.
All right, to both you mavens of masochism, let's turn our attention now to the Jets and the Bills for a late update. We go to the Meadowlands and join Dick Enberg and Bill Walsh. Gentlemen?
All right, Bob, the sunny background is deceptive. It is colder than a losing coach's contract here at the Meadowlands today. Whenever a job opening appears or is apparent, your name comes into that picture. Dick Steinberg talked to you?
No comment.
No comment. Did he talk to you?
No, he did inquire with me, and I told him my feelings that I'm not a candidate for a job, but I did strongly recommend Mike Holmgren of the 49ers and Bruce Coslett of the Bengals as two of the brightest young coaches in the game.
Your name is also linked to the Atlanta opening.
Well, there have been inquiries, Dick, as you might have guessed, but again, I'm recommending fine young coaches that'll have to go through what I've been through.
Now, let me point out one thing to Dick Steinberg and the Jets. This is a franchise that perhaps has been jinxed. They are going to have to overcome a very black, heavy cloud. For 30 years ago, this franchise was authored. The very first owner was Harry Wismer, a sportscaster, and it hasn't recovered yet. Oh, my, Bob.
Well, I guess that pretty much says it all. We'll rejoin you and Bill, Dick, for the call of the game in just a few minutes, and NFL Live continues for Week 16. Bills and Jets coming up, and we're back after this.
Today, more people than ever are getting a kick out of this hot shot. Interstate batteries hit the road fast with all the cranking power and reserve energy you need for even the worst curves in the weather. And Interstate has twice as many dealers than any other battery company in America, so you're never left stranded. For an Interstate battery dealer near you,
All you got to do, call 1-800-CRANK-IT. Get the power that goes on and on and on, yeah.
They say drink plenty of fluids. Swallowing's total pain.
Introducing new advanced formula chloroseptic with the power of phenol. It penetrates nerve endings to work on contact, so it gives the fastest relief. And nothing lasts longer. New advanced formula chloroseptic works fastest, and nothing lasts longer. Now the fast, long-lasting relief of advanced formula chloroseptic comes in new Cool Mint spray. Also, try new Cool Mint lozenges.
I know college won't be an easy climb. That's why I joined the Army. With the GI Bill and the Army College Fund, in 2 years I'll have $17,000 to help me pay for college. And I'm developing the confidence and determination I'll need to help me succeed when I get there. Now I know I can make it to the top, not just in college, but in whatever I do. You think you're better than me, don't you? Oh, not again. I was better than you in high school. I was better than you in college. And I am better than you now.
There are still some people in this world who can change tax brackets without changing personalities.
You want to put that to a test? Let's go. Now? Now.
For those people, there's a car called the Legend Coupe from Acura. #1 in customer satisfaction 3 years in a row.
It's going to be interesting to count the no-shows at the Meadowlands today, considering the weather and the Jets' position in the standings.
Well, we're not supposed to be biased, but you notice what that is, Bobby? You know, little Buffalo there, little Buffalo to the championship.
You know, if the Bills are no-shows in the playoffs, it'll be plenty embarrassing considering how strongly they started. They don't want to lose a fourth in a row today. We'll leave it up to Dick Enberg and Bill Walsh to call the game, then we'll see at halftime. For O.J. Simpson, Bobby Beathard, and Ralph Wiley, so long for now.
NBC's Christmas night gift to you. The award-winning movie for the whole family. The Sound of Music, Monday.
Introducing Buffalo Bills punter John Kidd for your good neighbor Chevrolet Geo dealer.
When I signed with the Bills, the first thing I asked was, does it really snow that much in Buffalo? Everybody said, nah, maybe just a flake or two now and then. So, of course, the first thing I did when I hit town was see a good neighbor Chevy dealer about a 4x4 Blazer. It's a great truck. In fact, if I never saw another snowflake, I'd still drive it.
Chevy S Blazer now with up to $1,250 cash back at your good neighbor dealer.
If you always wanted December to be a little hotter, it's happening. GM divisions are heating up. Each dealer is out to make December hotter than ever, with deals like 90 days deferred payments. Buy a new GM car or truck and don't make your first payment for 90 days. Yes, it's GM's hot December. But hurry, there's not much time left to come feel the heat. Don't be left out in the cold.
Here's to a picture-perfect holiday from everyone at Channel 2.
Since joining the Bills in 1986, quarterback Jim Kelly has taken command. In his first year, he set team records, and he broke them the next. Last season, he led Buffalo to the AFC Championship game. When Kelly is on, the Bills are tough to beat. Conversely, when Kelly slumps, the Bills suffer. Buffalo is only 2-5 since Kelly returned from injury this year. They've been hurt by turnovers, most of them coming from the passing game. Yet today, a Bills victory guarantees a second consecutive AFC East title, and all eyes will be on Buffalo quarterback Jim Kelly.
NBC Sports presents the National Football League. Today, it's the Buffalo Bills versus the New York Jets.
Across the Hudson, the Meadowlands in East Rutherford, New Jersey. It is 16 degrees at the moment, a minus 11 chill factor, about the warmest it's going to be on this Saturday. Buffalo, Indianapolis, and Miami share the lead in the AFC East, but Buffalo owns all of the tiebreakers, so Buffalo, with a win today, will be champions again in the East of the American Conference. And there are many other possibilities, but if most all the other candidates lose, they can still get in the playoffs both as a champion or maybe even as a wild card. The Jets are one of only 3 teams, 3 of 14 in the AFC, that are eliminated. 11 are alive as we're in the final week of the regular season. Welcome aboard, Dick Enberg with Super Bowl champion coach Bill Walsh. All the speculation about the Bills in a slump of late. What do you feel today?
Well, the Bills are trying to regroup once again. They've lost a number of games. They haven't played that well. But again, they can put it together today, can be division champions, and they'll end up, Dick, just where they were a year ago.
We sat with Joe Walton in his office yesterday. He wouldn't say the words, "I'm gone," but you sensed it. It was very painful. Will he use that emotionally today, if this is indeed his final game, to spirit his team?
Well, Dick, I really don't think he will. This has been in the works for a long time. The press has been on it. The ownership's been on it. So Joe Walton's been a person that's really been out of a job for some time. The key now is for Joe to go through the toughest time of his life, to live down this situation. Right now he's doing it with class and with professionalism. So it's up to Joe now to end his career and the Jets to start a new era.
He had a winning record until this year. No Jet head coach has ever finished with a winning mark, including Lou Holtz in his 1 year here.
And Weeb Eubank, a Hall of Famer who brought the Jets their high moment back in '69 when they won Super Bowl III. The Jets have won the toss and elected to take the ball. That's somewhat surprising in the cold weather. And the Bills defend the goal to our right. A crowd, well, it's a sellout, but we would guess 20 to 30,000 will actually show in this frigid climes of the East on this Saturday before Christmas. Scott Norwood to kick it off. And we're underway with the playoffs at stake for the Bills. It's JoJo Townsell. And Townsell with a solid return is out across the 35-yard line. Here comes Tony Eason, the former New England Patriot. He'll be quarterbacking the Jets for the second straight week as the starter. Criswell, Cadigan, Sweeney, Alexander in his last game, and Singer rebuilt offensive line. Johnny Hector and Roger Vick are the running backs. Townsell voted by his teammates as the Jets MVP this year. Al Toon, talented outside receiver. Newbert, the young tight end, will go out when they go to the three wides, and Exville, Chris Burkett, will join Toon and Townsell. First down from the 37-yard line. Gives to Hector and a big hole, and Hector drives all the way to midfield. A solid first play for the Jets. A 14-yard gain.
What concerns you right away with the Bills, again, they're not playing disciplined defense. They are split badly, right inside where the strength of their talent is, and get split for a big first down on the first play. So again, the problem with the Bills all year has been the disciplines of their defense, people being where they're supposed to do and playing as a team and as a unit.
I should point out two starters are injured, not playing today for the Bills on defense, Bentley and Smith, and Leonard Smith, the safety, the leading tackler on the year. On first down, little fancy footwork by Hector, but it gets him only a yard as Shane Conlon, inside linebacker, going to another Pro Bowl, makes the tackle. There's still Smirlis and Pro Bowler Bruce Smith, the front three. Cornelius Bennett, after 5 weeks' absence, returns to the lineup with Conlon, Radisek for the injured Bentley, and Talley, who's had a fine season. Jackson and Odoms at the corners. Drain for the injured Leonard Smith, who's not in uniform, and Mark Kelso are the safeties. Cornelius Bennett from Alabama. They have missed him, especially Conlon and Smith. That triumvirate seems to feed off each other, and they're all better with the other men in the lineup. And finally, since game 2, this is the first time they've been reunited. 2nd and 9, and nothing there at all for Roger Vick. Scott Radisek made the defensive play. Smirlis helping out. Whenever the Bills go to a pass defense, a dime setup, as they will now, as Joe Walton sends in Chris Burkett. Art Still, Smirlis, Smith, and Bennett joins the down lineman with Talley, the lone linebacker, and Sutton and Hagee, the extra defensive backs. 3rd down, 11 for the Jets. There's Talley, disappointed Bill when he heard the news that he was not elected to the Pro Bowl this year. Conlon, who played only half a season, was very surprised that he was reinvited and felt for Talley. Eason's first throw has a man, and it's first down at the 35-yard line.
Very close play on the ball. The ball didn't have anything on it. With Eason throwing the ball, either he didn't have a good grip on it, or I didn't know if he was using gloves, but really nothing on this ball. A real tight throw, but a very good pattern by Burkett, getting open in that hole of the defense. You can see contact just as the ball gets there.
Kelso making the contact, and in the cold weather, any catch is a good one, and Burkett, and he might be playing with some inspiration. After all, he was on the Bills roster at the start of the year. He and Kelly didn't get along. He was waived, and the Jets signed him. Well, first down on the Eason throw at the 35. Down goes Eason. Is Fred Smirlis the veteran, or is it Bruce Smith? It's Smith. Smith, who is a Pro Bowler for the 3rd consecutive year, and that's his 12th sack of the season. He leads the Bills.
That was a miss, immediate miss. On top of the height, the offensive guard, just a total miss. And, of course, Eason had nowhere to go. He couldn't even understand where that came from. It hit so quickly. And that's going to be the problem. The left side of the Jet offense, Criswell and Hott, and meeting Smith, who will move from one to the other, the guard or the tackle, and pass rush from there. And, of course, the addition of Bennett on the other side just compounds the problem for the Jets.
So second and long for Eason back at the 42 of Buffalo. And he dumps it off, and no flag as Nate Odoms was covering well Al Toon.
At that time, protection okay because they doubled Smith. Smith was not a factor, but the pass was thrown so poorly and late. So Eason, with just 2 weeks practice, expected to play against one of the better defenses in the league, and thus far, as you might expect, it's not working out. The key for Eason will be down the field, throwing the ball down the field.
He was talking about how difficult the offensive audible system, or just the play-calling system, is with the Jets. What did he say? It's a paragraph every time I go into the huddle.
Well, each year, Joe Walton, like many coaches, have added words to describe what the play is. Someone new with all of those words can't even get started with it.
Third down, 17. Bennett on the blitz. Eason on top to Toon. And it's knocked away at the 2-yard line. A good throw by Eason, and he had Toon in the open. Dwight Drain and Nate Odoms broke it up for Buffalo and saved a possible touchdown.
Beautifully
Drain comes
executed
up,
play,
limping.
Beautifully executed play. Wide open down the field. The ball's just slightly underthrown. And, of course, Odoms, a week ago, was taken apart. And once again, demonstrating that one flaw in Odoms' play, a good corner, the lack of pure speed down the field. It happened last week, and it just happened again. I'm sure the Jets will take another shot at it.
Former decathlete Joe Prokop. The left footer hits it high and very short. Mickey Sutton lets it bounce. And now down at the 15-yard line. Joe Walton, 54 years old. Perhaps, most likely his last game, thought he might have had an early score, but Toon could not hang on.
26 yards on the punt.
Don't worry. Don't worry. They're going to love you.
Staying cool, trying to impress, making points when you put through the test, for showing what's inside of you, winning their hearts, coming through this buzz for you.
Here it comes, cold and crisp, clean and refreshing, the one and only taste of the king of beers.
I couldn't imagine owning anything but a pickup. And from what I know about hauling stuff, I couldn't imagine owning anything but a big Ford. You see, this Ford's got a longer, deeper box that can handle a bigger payload than any Chevy its size.
The big Ford pickup. #1 for all the right reasons.
Maybe that's why more folks drive Fords than any other truck.
The best-built American trucks are built Ford tough.
A6, hurry and you'll make it.
Delta Airlines ticket agent Sam Singletary knows how to get people moving.
Mr. Franklin, your bag.
But sometimes he has to show off a few moves of his own. The kind of moves that made him a first-string halfback. Sam Singletary shares a feeling with everyone at Delta. He loves what he's doing, and it shows.
We love to fly,
It's the kid.
and it shows.
There's a look at Joe Walton, wanted so desperately to complete that. I'm sure he saw in his scout report how he could throw the ball deep, maybe get it done early, wants even to get lucky at this point. We're in his situation, would desperately like to have a win today, and I can certainly feel for him.
27-yard punt by Prokop. First down at the 16. They come out with two tight ends, the Bills, Metzelars and McKellar. Thurman Thomas in the backfield behind Jim Kelly and Larry Kinnebrew as well. Note on Walton, in 30 years, the Jets franchise, they've had only 8 winning seasons. Walton with 3 of the 8. He's had some high moments, certainly not this year. Thomas, that darting speed of his, out to the 19-yard line. Let's look at the offense of Marv Levy, former head coach at the University of California. Wolford, Richer, Hull in the Pro Bowl again this year. Devlin and Ballard, the offensive line. Kelly has Thomas and Kinnebrew. Andre Reed, Pro Bowler, a great year, record year, 82 catches. Lofton and Metzelars, the tight end. Lofton, Metzelars, and Kinnebrew go out in the 3 wide receiver setup. Harmon comes into the backfield. Johnson and Beebe are the extra wide receivers. On second down, Kinnebrew runs right into the pile, gets a couple of yards, stacked up by Ron Stallworth, a rookie from Auburn, defensive right side.
There comes the extra wide receivers for Buffalo, and here are the men for the Jets who normally don't start. Bird, who's had a fine rookie year, Nichols, Washington, Lageman, 3 rookies on the down 4. Clifton stays in at linebacker, and Booty, Knight, and Glenn are the extra defensive backs.
Once again, the Bills automatically go to 4 wide receivers on 3rd down, as most NFL teams are doing.
Flag down, wide open is Harmon out of the backfield, and he's out to the 31-yard line before Leander Knight, number 20, can make the tackle. Fred Wyant is the referee today.
Offside, number 97, declined.
Marvin Washington, a rookie from Idaho, offside. They'll take the play, and Harmon's catch and a first down out to the 31.
So critical at this point for the Bills to just methodically execute their offense. All those things they've worked since Marv Levy's been here, and Ted Marchibroda, the coordinator, and more importantly, since training camp, with all their aspirations, till now, the moment of truth is going to have to be put together, come together, before it's too late.
Thomas out on a wing. Reed is split to the left, and it's Kennebrew running right. And the 256-pound fullback from Tennessee State dropped by Ron Stallworth, number 96.
Excellent job by Joe Devlin, the team leader at this point, relating this to all the other players we've interviewed. They feel he's the offensive team leader, and Howard Ballard both pulled that time, did an excellent job of blocking. Again, the Jets are playing sort of a static defense, not moving around, not real active. Crowd.
You can't blame them. Sold out. Over 75,000, but not even half will be here. Kennebrew runs into a crowd at the 35, and that'll bring up 3rd and 5. Kyle Clifton, who leads the Jets in tackles once again, number 59, be the 4th in the time in 6 seasons here with the Jets that Clifton has been their number 1 tackler.
You know, in a sense, it's better for Joe Walton to have a small crowd because they have been at times vicious. There are fewer of them today to vent their feelings. So in a sense, it's sort of being eased out rather than hammered out by a crowd.
And a Jets injury. Jeff Lageman, the number 1 draft pick from Virginia, the outside linebacker, has been hurt, and we have our first timeout.
We would like to bid a fond farewell to so many old chums with whom we once shared the road. While they headed off to that great parking lot in the sky, Ford Escort continued on as the world's best-selling car. And not just for a year or two, but year after year after year after year after...
See your dealer now for low financing or special savings on 1990 Ford Escort.
Grab a bucket and mop. Scrub the bottom and top. There is nothing so clean. That's my burger machine. With a broom and a brush. Clean it up for the rush. Before you open the door. Or to shine on the floor. When we finish one then. Start all over again. Tell me what does it mean? At McDonald's it's clean. You deserve a break today. So get up and get away to McDonald's, McDonald's, McDonald's.
NBC Sports coverage of the National Football League is brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? By the good time, great taste of your holiday place, McDonald's. And by Coors Light. Pure brewed in the Rockies, the Silver Bullet won't slow you down. It's the right beer now.
Let's go back to the injury. 56, Lageman.
You can see him right there, and he's making contact. He's trying to hold his ground, but he gets caught from the inside with traffic falling over the back and wrenching the knee. It didn't look too serious with that injury, but the last game of the year, and looking forward to an off season, and now it's going to be a season probably of rehab.
Well, 35
drive, and jumping offside was Dennis Bird. The pass is underneath to Andre Reed, his 83rd catch of the season to match his number, as he has become the all-time receiver in Bills history in total catches and now catches in a year, 83, and he's looking for a chance to be in the top 10 all-time. If he comes up with a big day today, he'd need 10. 93 would put him in the top 10 in the history of the league for a season.
You know, in talking with James Lofton, a truly great, almost Hall of Fame player, he says Andre Reed is first faster than most defensive backs think he'll be, but more importantly, stronger, much more physical. He takes quick little steps, so he doesn't look like he's traveling very fast, but he's very quick, but very strong, so he's excellent underneath and inside against linebackers, and then excellent running with the ball with that strength.
And he says he blocks and he doesn't drop the ball. Kelly on first down to the sidelines, and Reed has another. It's a first down at the Jets' 41. James Hasty on that right corner for the Jets.
It was Kelly going to his left, which is one of the toughest jobs in football, to sprint left, pivot, and then throw left. Very, very difficult. We didn't even attempt it, to be honest with you, with the 49ers, unless we saw a real flaw, but then a well-thrown ball and caught beautifully right on the sideline. I'm not sure that that time he had both feet in, to be honest with you, Dick.
Lagerman being carted back to the locker room for x-rays, undoubtedly. Thurman Thomas, he's inside the 35 to the 32, a gain of 8 or 9. Joe Mott, who has replaced Lagerman, number 51, a rookie from Iowa, a third-round pick, made the tackle. There's Thomas, who comes into this game with over 1,800 total yards, rushing and receiving, the best in the NFL, and he is now the best running back in Buffalo history in catching the ball. 60 catches coming in today.
Well, he's the true all-purpose back. His blocking's been solid. Ball carrying is instinctive.
He gets the call again, and a first down at the Jets' 30-yard line before Troy Benson, number 54, can make the tackle for the Jets. Clifton was there as well. There's Benson, whose brother Brad played with the Giants, was a Pro Bowl offensive lineman. The Bills, in the 3 losses, consecutive losses, have not rushed well. In fact, in 4 of their last 5 games, they've not gained as many as 100 yards. But that is the key for them today, Marv Levy feels.
Oh, it is. At any time, to run the ball effectively and get 8 to 10 first downs rushing. And now they're hammering to the left side because Lagerman is injured and out, and Mott's replaced him.
On first down, it's Kennebrew. And the big guy has about 8 more down to the 22-yard line before Joe Mott from behind can make the tackle, try to strip it away, but Kennebrew clutching it tightly.
The Jets that time committed everyone to the line of scrimmage, so there wasn't linebacking to catch Kennebrew when he broke behind things. You see Mott coming in from behind the play, but no people pursuing to the ball, consequently that extra 4 or 5 yard gain.
Impressive drive engineered by Kelly on their first possession. Started back at the Buffalo 16, and now second and short just outside the 20 of the Jets, and Kennebrew gets 5, 6 more and a first down to the 15-yard line. It takes half the New York team to bring him down.
Kent Hall, the Pro Bowl, that just named to the Pro Bowl as center, did an excellent job on his nose man that time and just turned him enough so that they were able to split him. That was really the strength of the defense. Should be inside, and in this case you see people just Richter and Hull just pushing people back and then turning them. With Kennebrew's strength, it may be that they'll be able to do this all day. If they can score on this drive, as they have methodically come down the field, it's going to be a long, long day for the people in the stands.
5.5 minutes remaining in the opening quarter. First down at the 15, Buffalo, and tripped up in the backfield. Thurman Thomas, Scott Mercereau, one of the strongest men in the league, number 94, down low, and one big paw was enough to drop Thomas.
Well, it's going to take individual plays like Scott Mercereau's played that time to try to stay with this running game. He stunts outside with Mott blitzing inside, so he's right in position to pick up the run.
Mercereau finished second to Timmy Cofield, who was a linebacker with Buffalo in the NFL's strongest man contest last year. James Lofton, the talented veteran Bill, is far to the right. Thomas split left. Kelly underneath, incomplete to Thomas. Eric McMillan came up on the coverage. McMillan, the only Jet to make the Pro Bowl, and a dangerous man in the secondary. In fact, McMillan, although he plays on defense, is the 4th leading scorer on the Jets team.
Well, he's full of self-confidence, to say the least. He thinks he's going to get a ball today, a fumble or an interception. He predicted that could make the difference in the ballgame. He feels this defense has played well enough. But the offense has been so inconsistent and had so many turnovers that the Jet defense just hasn't been able to hang in there enough times.
Son of former NFL star Ernie McMillan. 3rd down and long. Kelly underneath to Harmon, and he's knocked out of bounds. They spot it just around the 9, maybe the 8.5-yard line. That'll be short of a first down. Kyle Clifton, the linebacker, there to bump him out of bounds, and Marv Levy says, let's make sure we get something out of this opening drive. The field goal unit comes on.
Well, that was one of their better drives I've seen. Now, there have been a number of games we haven't done, but the games we've done, that's been one of their better drives, mixing pass and run methodically without error, without the holding penalty or the interception, things of that nature. So if they can just get this part of it together in this game, almost like a workout, if they can beat the Jets, then in the playoffs, they're going to have their shot.
26-yarder for Scott Norwood, who's 22 of 29 this year. And Buffalo takes the lead, 3-0. 4 minutes, 26 seconds left in the opening period, and Buffalo gets on the board first.
Anybody who knows anything about four-wheel drive can tell you about Ford's Touch Drive. It's the standard system on this Ford Ranger, and it lets you go in and out of four-wheel drive on the fly just by pushing a button on the dash.
Ford Ranger, #1 for all the right reasons.
So why mess around with some clumsy floor-mounted shift like Chevy has when you can just push a button?
The best-built American trucks are built Ford tough.
If you don't want to slow down on your way to the top, because you know to make a beer as refreshing as a mountain stream, you've got to start with the mountain stream. When a night on the town might last all night, call for the taste preferred at Better Night Spots. The silver bullet, the one that won't slow you down.
It's the right beer now. Make it burn. Come from iron. Feel the heat. Come from iron. Splash it on. Did you know iron takes you further than you thought you could go? Come from iron.
Iron cologne for men.
Come home to the best in college football as Auburn battles Ohio State in the Hall of Fame Bowl. Then number 5 Florida State takes on 6th-ranked Nebraska at the Fiesta Bowl. And a game that will determine the national championship as number 1 Colorado battles 4th-ranked Notre Dame at the Orange Bowl. New Year's Day, the best bowls are on NBC.
Just as it's boiled down to its simplest terms for Buffalo, a win and they're champions of the East. A win for Bill Parcells' Giants tomorrow against the Raiders. You'll see it on NBC. Gives him the NFC Eastern title. He's here as a fan today and looking to try to make Pam Stanton's NFL's best-dressed list.
Dick, he should be home doing chores right now. I'm sure he told his wife, I've got to be at the stadium. There are a lot of things to do around the house right now.
Where would you be at?
Every Saturday, clean out the garage, trim the hedge.
Today, Norwood with the Bills leading 3-0. Townsell at the 20 and tripped up at the 23-yard line. Well, last year, Bill Parcells wasn't smiling because in the final game of the season here at the Meadowlands, it was the Jets from the 6-yard line. O'Brien to Toon, and the Jets pulled a big upset and knocked the Giants out of the playoffs.
There have been some good moments for Joe Walton, and that was one of them. There have been some good times. He was 10-1 at one point.
Well, tomorrow, even though you'll be doing your chores back in San Francisco, look at the lineup of the Raiders and Giants. A big game, 12:30 Eastern time for NFL Live. There's the late game, Denver at San Diego. 3-0. Tony Eason at quarterback. Play action on first down. Throw to Townsell. Breaks the tackle. Good move. And Townsell, who had caught only 21 passes in his first 4 years as a Jet, now has 44 this year, and that, along with his kick returns, earned him the praise and the ballots of his teammates. MVP this year.
Well, when Joe Walton discusses his team, and this has been his team for 7 full years, he talks of Townsell as being one of the real bright spots, one of the positive people on the ball club. But to be honest with you, Dick, you were there. He didn't name too many people. He really did. He's really almost cynical about the whole thing.
And the reaction of the players was a bit stunning, if not alarming, yesterday. On second and short, it's Hector spinning out to the 35. That'll be enough for a first down. You know, you had the sense, and of course, there's nothing like a change of management, and with Dick Steinberg coming in as a general manager, for everyone to do some serious self-evaluation. And you had the sense today that the players are not going to play for Walton. They're playing for themselves. They want to catch the eye of the new boss, Dick Steinberg.
Well, they're weary. I think the players are just plain weary of the newspapers, the media, the public talking about Walton. They just like to clear the decks and get going again. So Dick Steinberg is the focal point, I think, of their thinking at this point.
Even Al Toon, there's one man that certainly will be back with the Jets next year, be Toon. Even he seemed a bit worried. Eason on first down, throws it away. Townsell was over there, but so was Nate Odoms, and he was flying up the sidelines. Eason didn't want to risk a touchdown and a score.
Well, Eason is just now being able to call the formation, call the play, and then know which receiver to throw to. But when it comes to finding alternate receivers quickly against a strong pass rush, he's not going to be able to do that. He just won't know enough about it. It'll take him a full training camp to even get started with it.
Good news. That's Ken O'Brien out of uniform. He had arthroscopic surgery on his right shoulder yesterday, and apparently they cleaned out the shoulder. There's nothing seriously wrong with him. He'll be back next year. And you had the feeling that Steinberg feels comfortable with the quarterback situation here.
Well, he likes Eason. Eason, in talking with him, Tony Eason likes Dick Steinberg. He was his guru, in a sense, at New England.
There's a delay of game, and of course that plagued Eason last week because of all the words in the system, the excess verbiage as he described it. It just takes so long to call a play, and when you're not familiar, here's an average play: slot split right, B up, Z short motion, 78 fullback hide, 67 protection. That's one play.
Yeah, you can mix up any one of those. What if you said B split short fullback? I mean, there's so many things that you'd have to try to remember, and even to pronounce them in cold weather, Dick, I don't even know if I could do it. But what happens over the years, you keep adding terms to the play to help give it a new dimension or complete understanding, and someone new to it, it takes a long, long time just to figure it out.
Screen play to Hector. Good blocking out in front, and Hector steps out of bounds at the 41-yard line. A pickup of 11. That'll be 3rd and 4. Now, was your system, take that play. Tell us what that play is first.
Well, it's a slot formation. B up most likely is a back, one of the backs up closer to the line of scrimmage. Z short motion would be the flanker coming in motion toward the tight end. Now, I know, Dick, before the game you said a short receiver going in motion.
It has to be like under 5'9".
Under 5'9". But that's a short motion not going across the formation. 78, I think, tells the fullback which direction to go and everyone else, but 67 protection. Again, maybe it's accounting for a blitz. The point is you can eliminate a couple of those, and I'm sure the next position Joe takes, he'll eliminate.
Talley came in untouched, and he slowed him down, and Bruce Smith was there to finish him off. So on 3rd and 4, the Bills have their second sack, and the Jets will have to punt it away.
Well, there's Marv Levy, and he wants so desperately to have a good game. Now, here's that motion. There's just an unblocked man. Talley comes through the back, stepping to the right. Was unable to get all the way back. Hector was unable to get all the way back and block a man on the left. Most likely a miscommunication in the pass protection. One of the linemen didn't communicate to another one as to Talley being a serious rusher.
10 men on the line of scrimmage, and they appear to be going after Prokop, who kicks a perfect spiral. Sutton eludes the first man, and look at him go. He's got some running room, and finally tripped up on the far side by Leander Knight at the 41-yard line. So the Bills with the lead and good field position late first quarter.
Stop made by Leander Knight.
the right beer now.
But not now.
It's the right beer now.
But definitely not now.
Coors Light, it's the right beer now.
And absolutely positively not now. No way.
Come on, Jimmy, let me get your cab.
Users of ordinary nasal sprays will do almost anything to keep the spray up in their nose, where it can work. Which is why so many people now use Sinex Ultrafine Mist. It's twice as fine as ordinary sprays, so its medicine goes up and stays up to give you the best relief possible. You don't have to stand on your head to get relief. Just get Sinex Ultrafine Mist.
Oh, 5 more minutes. It's our anniversary. Let's call in sick.
Can't.
Oh, 10 years deserves something.
True.
Haven't I made you coffee for 10 years?
Haven't I had to drink it? Now, come on.
Why?
Show your friends this. Happy anniversary.
Oh, it's beautiful.
The Diamond Anniversary Band. This year. Tell her you'd marry her all over again.
Okay, I'll show him. Tomorrow.
NBC Sports serves your need to know all week long. Dial 1-900-454-3500 for NBC Scores Plus. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, anywhere in the USA.
Welcome back to the Meadowlands. Dick Enberg with Bill Walsh. A minus 11 chill factor, and it's not going to get any warmer as that sun goes down. It'll be even more frozen for players and fans, but there are a hearty few here at Giant Stadium, and of course it'll be packed tomorrow. And such an important game. Two teams fighting for the playoffs, although the Giants are in. They're looking for that championship of the NFC East, and the Raiders with a win trying to get the wild card from the West. 3-0 Buffalo. Late first quarter, and Thurman Thomas on a cutback, and a flag goes down. James Hasty from a corner came up to make the tackle, along with 91 Paul Fraze. Larry Kinnebrew guilty of the hold.
Buffalo has to really decide on which runs to utilize. They've used, 7 or 8 different running plays thus far with semi-mixed results. And if they could just refine that down to 3 or 4 and concentrate on those, they might be better off going into the playoffs.
How did you, in your 49ers, play? I assume you played well in cold weather games. You seem to win more than your share no matter what.
Well, you just have to take the position that the other team naturally suffers the same way. And if the field's properly marked, then that's all you really care about. Enough officials show up, you can play the game. So you just make sure that everybody understands that.
Kinnebrew off the right side, and he's a load to bring down. He's across the 40, a pickup of about 12.
You know, the key, Dick, people say West Coast, East Coast teams. Most players on the field today and in most fields this weekend will have played in a lot of cold weather. Most of the football is played in the Midwest, East, even the South. So they've had their share of cold weather. They practiced in it, so it's no big adjustment. One of the problems is having to practice in cold weather for weeks. I think that does affect a team. Not positively, but negatively. You just lose strength and even concentration having to survive in cold weather.
Kelly underneath. That's close to a face mask. A flag goes down. There may have been a fumble, but I also believe on the tackle, Troy Benson had Metzlar's face mask.
Penalty marker on the play.
Fred Wyant, former West Virginia player and academic All-America, trying to fight the elements, gives us the call.
Face mask, 5 yards. First down.
And that'll carry a first down with it. It moves it into Jets territory.
Oh, the ball is out, isn't it? Well, Thomas and Kinnebrew give the Bills 2 solid running backs. Kelly, if concentrating, one of the better quarterbacks. Lofton and Reed, one of the best receivers. So this team is capable of being a factor in the playoffs, but in a sense they've self-destructed and obviously are trying to recover.
They've lost 5 in a row on the road, have the Bills. Kelly, good play action, and he's going for it all to Reed. incomplete and almost intercepted by Bobby Humphrey. Eric McMillan was there as well.
Kelly was really tagged from behind, and he had his receiver open inside and just enough speed, but now the ball is just a little short as a throw. But now if we went back to Kelly, if we could do that, you'd see him get hit. Jesse couldn't complete his full throwing motion. There it is. You see, so he had to get rid of the ball rather than throw it accurate.
Alex Gordon coming in from an outside linebacker position. 2nd and 10. Bills at the Jets' 46-yard line with 7 seconds left in the first quarter. Buffalo 3, Jets nothing. It's Kennebrew. And the workhorse of this first quarter is down to about the 41-yard line. And that's the end of the first period in frigid New Jersey. 3-0 Buffalo.
Introducing the 1990 Acura Integra, an automobile that can make getting there considerably more than half the fun.
Heineken, Amstel Light. This so much better than other light beers. Imported beer. A delicious European compares taste, to the smoothness, a refreshing, the richness, or the character, distinctive flavor that cuts through your quality thirst. Comes through. There's a uniqueness to it.
Heineken is America's #1 selling imported beer. Amstel Light is America's #1 selling imported light beer. Why? Just ask the people who drink them.
In my opinion, Amstel Light is the best beer there is. I could go on and say enough about it. It's a light beer. No matter how many beers you're thirsty.
Happy holidays from all of us at Angel Soft and Georgia Pacific.
If you want to move ahead in any career, ask yourself, can I work with a team? Can I take on a tough job and see it through? You can learn how in the Army, so when you set off on the road to success, you'll already be in the driver's seat.
A classic Christmas ballet comes to the ice with America's sweetheart, Dorothy Hamill. It's a holiday special for the entire family. NutraSweet presents Dorothy Hamill in the Nutcracker on Ice. Today on NBC Sports World.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Protection of all sorts. Must be a West Coaster. Bring the shades along, and just in case it should turn real hot, sunny and bright.
I hope he's not in here for an armed robbery or something.
I tell you what, hey, watch out for the Christmas present Bob Costas gave you. If it's the same tie he's wearing today, oh, are you in trouble? Oh, I can't wait till halftime just to see that tie again.
I'm so proud of it.
We open the second quarter. Buffalo fighting for the AFC East. They had it all wrapped up, seemingly, just a month ago. They needed only a couple of wins, they thought, and as Shane Conlon put it, hey, we've lost 3 in a row and we're back in first place. We need to only win 1. Third down, a long 5. And it's Thomas. Can't get around Gordon. Alex Gordon, back-to-back big plays, and that stops the Bills' drive.
2 big plays by Gordon, just didn't get on track. Gordon just took the right angle in stopping the play. The guard couldn't block him, couldn't get out around him. And that ended it. Gordon is came out of college as a real positive force in pro football. Big, active athlete. So between Gordon and Lageman, they've got 2 linebackers for the future.
By the way, Lageman, the word is a sprained ankle, and they're X-raying. JoJo Townsell back at the 10 as John Kidd in for his first punt. Drives the ball. Townsell lets it go into the end zone for the touchback.
Well, once again, just not quite in sync. You'd like to see the Bills just methodically cut apart the Jets today, and it may occur. Most likely it will. But at this juncture, 3 points and 2 possessions isn't quite enough.
Now, don't be misled. That's not the tie you're going to see at halftime. He'll bring you up to date with Bob Costas, and OJ's report focuses on New York Giants head coach Bill Parcells. We'll have an interview with Raiders owner Al Davis. this is all tomorrow. Oh, goodness. We've kind of jumped the gun. Sorry. This is the one that we want you to think about as well. So from the 20-yard line, 3-0. The Bills lead, and it's Roger Vick for 2 or 3 yards. Jeff Wright from Central Missouri State makes the tackle.
Well, that play didn't have touchdown written all over it. I still think that the Jets' best chance is to run outside and to throw the ball, and I'm sure maybe they're setting something up.
Yesterday at the Jets practice, they did not go outside, and it was a very poignant and painful time as we visited with Joe Walton, who is a fine man, a gentleman, and an outstanding offensive mind. Even though he hadn't gone outside, he was there with his Jets hat on, sitting in his office with his Jets hat, a Jets sweatshirt, still had the whistle around his neck as if just subconsciously he doesn't want to give it up. Almost intercepted by Kirby Jackson, intended for Chris Burkett.
Well, Joe has really handled himself beautifully. Here's the end of the play, by the way, and it was pretty well thrown. Nice defensive move, timed just right. But as far as Joe Walton's concerned, he's handled himself beautifully, I think, and he's worn under this continuous stress from the press, getting an extension on his contract a year ago, but not that popular other than with coaches and maybe players. But he's worn well with it. When he leaves the stadium, I hope personally he takes a long vacation.
3rd and long for Eason. He throws, has Toon open, and it's a first down at the 36-yard line. Toon just working his way into the clear. Not a bullet pass by any means, but they're close enough before Odoms could make the tackle.
Toon came from a tight, weak side end. He wasn't split out. He turned Odoms in, then back to the outside, and with that range and leverage he has, he's ideally suited to work against Odom, who's more of a squat, powerful athlete.
Play on his last name, the Music Man, his nickname, but a serious dancer. In fact, has been invited to study ballet and work in the American Ballet Theater, and he does have those very graceful strides. Hardly bends the grass when he plays on natural turf. Play action Eason on first down. Over the middle, and it's complete. Keith Newbert, the tight end. First-year man from Nebraska. He was a basketball player at Nebraska and distinguished himself as a reserve forward by fouling out a record 15 straight games. He can play under the boards.
Boy, oh boy. Well, again, the Jets throwing the ball with a certain amount of play action or faking a run, then throwing. The pass rush didn't generate that time. Eason had time to throw an accurate ball. Eason's a different kind of guy, isn't he, Dick?
He really
so
is.
So quiet, so reserved, self-effacing, and also showing some cynicism or bitterness about what's happened to him during his career. So that blend makes him totally different.
It's Hector, and he's across the 45-yard line, and a first down at the 46. Joe Walton was a great player at Pittsburgh, an outstanding baseball player in high school, and as an assistant coach of the Jets and the Giants and the Redskins, and now the head man here, and there's his record: 3 winning seasons, 2 playoff years. And of course, in '85, that was the year they went 10-1 and then lost 5 in a row, and eventually in the playoffs lost a game they thought they had won in Cleveland, that double overtime game, and weather much like this.
Well, there was a high water mark, obviously, those 2 double-digit seasons that they had that could have got them close. Didn't quite make it, then things began to erode.
On first down, again, play action. Eason to Newbert. Or check it, Chris Dressel this time. Chris Dressel, the Stanford receiver of John Elway. And he has his 3rd catch of the season for the Jets, acquired on waivers this year from Kansas City.
Well, there's a good example of Eason not having a good hold on this offense. Dressel came in motion, went into the flat. They faked a run inside. Dressel was open for 3 or 4 seconds before Eason finally went back and threw him the ball for about an 8 or 9 yard gain. Had he thrown it early, Dressel would have gotten at least 15 yards. So that just shows you that the timing is so vital in developing an offense.
Eason, who played at Illinois, grew up outside of Sacramento, where he and Ken O'Brien became friends and still are very close friends. He guns it down the sidelines, and it's complete to Townsell. First down at the Buffalo 20. Boy, that was a good throw.
There was what we call double rotation, and Jackson doesn't get enough what we call hold up on the receiver. So he was down the field before Drain could get over there. Meanwhile, the tight end, Newbert, was going right up the so-called seam, wide open. Apparently, that was the tight end outside of him, Werner. But he was up the field wide open himself.
That was Newbert on Bennett. He was negating the charge of Bennett.
So they used the two tight ends, and I guess that was Dressel up the field.
But it took a strong arm, and Eason showed firepower the way he hit Townsell. Here's Hector. And right into the arms of Scott Radisick, one of the many Penn State linebackers. Joe Paterno's school, Shane Conlon another. Radisick and Conlon, in fact, have collaborated off the field, and Radisick, who is an architectural engineer, designed a lakeside home, a new home for Conlon outside of Buffalo.
It's at a 40-foot ceiling. It must have a lot of room.
There's Radisick, the architect. They even have, he built bridges from the bedrooms up above that 40-foot ceiling there.
Well, Colin, being a bachelor, you can imagine.
Imagine what?
You and I just...
It's been a long time. I can't imagine.
Awed by what he was saying.
The throw is to Toon, and Al has about 8 yards on second down. That'll be about 3rd and 2 for the Jets, who are in field goal range, trailing the Bills 3-0.
Well, Toon's just straight up the field, breaking out on what they call a square out, and the ball is timed and thrown. Again, it's late. It's about a half a second late in the throw. That's why Toon had to wait on a ball. One thing you can say is Tony Eason does have a solid, accurate arm, above and beyond everything else. So properly trained and properly involved in a system of football, he could at least be a solid backup to O'Brien. So there isn't any problem quarterback-wise with the Jets.
Big play for the Jets. They're trying to take the lead. Eason. And he'll throw it away. No chance at all for Chris Burkett. And let's see if the Jets will go for the field goal. Yes, they will. So on 3rd and 2, Walton figured the Bills would be looking for the run, and he tried the pass, but no one opened.
Yeah, and he's upset because he knows had the ball been thrown earlier, most likely it would have been all right. Here's a man right at the end of his rope, and he wants so desperately to tell Eason to get the ball up and get it up quickly.
Pat Leahy, at 38 years of age in his 16th Jets season. He needs just one more year to set or tie at least Lou Groza and Jim Bakken, 17 years with one team. And he's had a decent year, 14 for 20. They figure he'll be back next season. 29-yard attempt, and it's blocked. Cornelius Bennett could go all the way. Had he come up without falling, had he picked that cleanly, he had clear sailing. Bills have it at the 45, right in front of Walton.
The kick didn't look good. Looked like the snap was high, the kick was low, and people just penetrated, so everything came apart. We get a good look at it. We don't see the kick, but there's a very low kick, and people, it looks as right around the center position, just raised their arms and blocked it.
It was someone in the middle of the line. It was not Nate Odoms that blocked it, and Marv Levy trying to help Bennett to the goal line. The Bills have the ball.
I like cruising downtown in my limousine. Big skyscrapers and the nightlife scene. The rush hour traffic, we get around here. High fashion ladies and cold Coors beer. If you like your beer fresh, pure, and natural, head for the Rockies and the original taste of Coors. And tap an ice cold Coors with a friend of yours. Coors, the Rocky Mountain legend.
The Mitsubishi Mirage. Buy the special edition Mirage EXE and get air conditioning and AM/FM cassette at no extra charge.
You're
Mitsubishi Mirage. Buy the special edition Mirage EXE and get air conditioning and AM/FM cassette at no extra charge.
Watch the second man in from the right, number 56, Darryl Talley. He blocks the field goal.
He'll come inside the up-back, who wasn't ready. It looked as though the up-back wasn't ready, and two people came by him after the ball had been snapped.
And so with the ball at the 45 after Bennett picked it up and returned to the Buffalo 45, it's Kelly hitting Reed, his third catch today, and that'll be close to a first down in Jets territory. It is a first down, a 12-yard pickup at the 43.
In cold weather like this, it just takes total concentration. And on the sideline, you can get colder and colder and concern yourself more and more about your well-being, and then you're not ready to play on special teams or some special assignment. That time, Joe Mott went in, the ball was snapped, his head was still down, and Talley ran right by him.
First down, Buffalo. They lead 3-0. 8 minutes remaining in the first half. Thomas. And in to make the play, 91, Paul Fraze from Syracuse, and Alex Gordon to assist.
Well, Gordon is not being blocked today. And Pete Metzelaars, one of the better blockers at the tight end position in the league, is there. And Gordon is physical, strong, holds his position. The ball carrier really doesn't have anywhere to go. You see the block right there, and Gordon's just in position to make the play. That time it was Kennebrew coming out to block him. But thus far, Metzelaars, Kennebrew, really, neither one have handled him.
Second and 10 for Buffalo. James Lofton is into the lineup. He's on the near side. Reed on the far side. Kelly blocked at the line of scrimmage and intercepted by Gordon. The peripatetic Alex Gordon gets the interception, the deflection by Ron Stallworth.
Kelly tends to telegraph his throws very mechanically. That time he wanted to throw left. He dropped back and just gave the defensive lineman just enough time to see him throw and raise his hands up. It's really critical that Kelly develop the skills not to quite telegraph those passes, or he'll have those kinds of things occur too often. And it's going to take just quicker movement on his part.
You think about this sequence. You're fighting for the playoffs, Buffalo Bills. You get a blocked field goal, and Cornelius Bennett out in the open for a touchdown, stumbles and falls. Then you get the interception, a deflection right to Gordon, and now the Jets have it at the 46. And Eason back to throw on first down. To Toon. First down at the Buffalo 40.
Well, Toon moved when he saw Eason scramble. Toon releases up inside, starts across. Now he notes Eason scrambling to his right. Now out he comes again, and it's a well-thrown ball. Again, Eason shows some of the skills and certainly enough ability to be an NFL quarterback. Of course, he's been a Super Bowl quarterback, but the point is he is a marketable and certainly a vital part of the NFL.
And despite these freezing temperatures, a remarkable play by the receivers. Hector to the 35-yard line. And Toon, by the way, with that last catch, has 3 today, 60 on the year, and an injury-hampered season. Toon, what a performer he's been in his 5 years here with the Jets, living up to his #1 pick in '85. He's caught around 350 balls in 5 years.
Well, he may be he is one of the outstanding medium-distance receivers in the league. Not possessing great speed or quickness, but range, height, like a small forward in basketball. He's much like the Dwight Clark player that we had with the 49ers, making all of those medium-range catches against linebackers, safeties, anyone you put out there.
Trailing 3-0, the Jets making it tough on Buffalo. Eason out of the backfield, and Roger Vick covered by Shane Conlon. It'll be third down and 5. There's Conlon, who his idol, he said, when I was in the 8th grade, I was a Bills fan. I grew up in the area, and my idol was Fred Smerlas. And Fred doesn't like to hear that. Smerlas now in his 11th year at nose tackle. He said he liked Smerlas and Shane Nelson and Conlon, who would, if you were a Hollywood scriptwriter and you were looking for someone to play linebacker, would Conlon be the guy?
He would have been your All-American linebacker. He certainly would have.
Just looks the part, good-looking guy. And he says, and Smirlis, you know, it's nice to know your idols are good guys. He said, now I get to play with Smirlis, and I really like him. Fumble. That play seemed to be in trouble right from the start, and the Bills have it.
So tough, so difficult to bring in a quarterback and expect some continuity in what he does. So tough. Looked as though that time Eason started out of there without the ball. Just had his mind on what he was about to do instead of making sure he automatically took the snap from center. So much to think about for that quarterback.
So the Bills have it at their 37.
The writers of Motor Trend magazine road tested a lot of cars before the Mitsubishi Galant. They road tested a lot of cars after it, but no other car was so well conceived, so well crafted, so thoroughly satisfying to drive. And that is why they marked the occasion in the most significant way they could. They named the Mitsubishi Galant Motor Trend Import Car of the Year.
For those hardy souls who brave the elements in search of the perfect tree, McDonald's has a treat just for you. For a short time, we're serving holiday chicken McNuggets with a festive orange sauce. There are also thick, rich eggnog milkshakes and cool peppermint sundaes. They're just our way of wishing you a joyous season.
Your holiday place, McDonald's.
This isn't an ad for a tropical vacation. This is an ad for Zenith's 46-inch projection television with a color picture that could only be called brilliant. If you've never owned a Zenith giant screen television, maybe now's the time to get your feet wet. Zenith. Quality.
NBC sports coverage of the National Football League is brought to you by Coors. Enjoy the original taste of Coors, the Rocky Mountain legend. By Zenith, the quality goes in before the name goes on. And by Mitsubishi, bringing you a full line of award-winning automobiles. See them all at your Mitsubishi Motors dealer.
So the Bills, who lead only 3-0 with 5.5 minutes remaining in the first half, take over on the bad exchange. Eason fumbles, and it's the Bills at their 37. Thurman Thomas straight ahead to the 40-yard line. Ron Stallworth, the spearhead of the defensive charge. Well, the turnover table, and statistics do lie, but rarely does this one. If you're giving the ball away, as the Jets have this year, minus 16, you're in trouble.
That's no problem with that, because number one, O'Brien being hurt, fumbles, and now Eason. That kind of a ratio means really, in a sense, that the team has lost a lot of its incentive and lost a lot of its enthusiasm and aren't concentrating.
And with injuries, lost a lot of their key players. They've never had Schuler, Toon, and Wesley Walker in the lineup for a game together all season. Andre Reed, and that's his favorite pattern, underneath the linebackers, and that's where his strength pays off, and he has another first down. Kyle Clifton made the tackle. Reed, who says he can juggle 4 or 5 items at a time, he used that to help his hand-eye coordination, and then in the offseason runs downhill.
Yeah, they're reaching, I think the Russians developed that 20 years or so ago, but running downhill, you naturally increase your strides. And then the muscle groups adapt to that, so it can increase your strides running level.
Didn't know the Soviets had wide receivers.
Well, yeah, but look at you and I. If we ran straight downhill, we could really increase our size.
That long stride, of course, helping to power.
Clock operator, 4 minutes, 26 seconds.
4:26, they correct the clock. Well, if you watch the NFL Live show, here are some of the headlines. Ralph Wiley reported that Oilers coach Jerry Glanville might become the Atlanta's head coach, and Bobby Beathard said that Jack Pardee then would replace Glanville. Dick Steinberg, who was here in our booth, told the guys back in the studio that Ken O'Brien or Tony Eason will be his quarterback for the next couple of years.
Well, they're strong at quarterback. That's not a problem here at all.
Halftime, end of an era for the Jets. That will be the subject. Well, you know, they really, in their 30 years, have had one high moment in one of the incredible moments in all of NFL history. The Joe Namath-led Super Bowl III championship, and Namath and Don Maynard, stars on that team. Their numbers retired by the Jets. But when you figure 30 years, 8 winning seasons, I don't know if it's an end of an era.
You're so true. Maybe we could see a beginning of a new era because they've been lackluster for many, many years.
Joe's going to be on at halftime to give his thoughts. Flags down. Kelly throws incomplete for Reed. Stallworth was pressuring the Buffalo quarterback.
Well, the lack of the disciplines necessary with a Buffalo team. They're just stumbling offensively in looking at a most likely a disillusioned defense in the Jets. They're still not functioning well.
The call, though, is against the Jets, so that's a 5-yard automatic first down penalty against Joe Mott. Mott, the rookie who played with the Hawkeyes of Iowa, yellow belt winner in karate, replacing Jeff Lageman, and he's having his problems. First down as they'll move the ball 5 yards into Jets territory to the 47.
You can see that Joe Walton would so desperately like to he's probably on the edge almost of hysteria because he wants so badly to win it. This may be his last, or is his last moment there in this stadium, at least representing the Jets.
Kelly with another flag down, incomplete, and that ball-hawking Eric McMillan had his sights set on an interception and possible score. He has 3 touchdowns this year, 2 on fumble recoveries, 1 on an interception. He had a touchdown, 2 touchdowns on interceptions last year. He has been a find as a 3rd-round pick out of Missouri.
Well, coming out of college, in reminding us, he had a hip pointer during these combine workouts. And that slowed his 40-yard dash time. They thought he was too slow to play in the NFL.
Motion penalty against Thurman Thomas, and the Jets take it, so it's first down and 15 back at the 48. Blitz wide open as the tight end, and Keith McKellar breaks free. 40, 30, 20, and up the back of Reed, blocking downfield. First down at the 21 of the Jets. Keith McKellar, a former basketball player at Jacksonville State.
Well, there was a full blitz, and on this case, Kelly read it. Kelly had a man dragging here, but everyone was blitzing from the outside, man-to-man coverage. You see right here, an unblocked man with a linebacker trying to cover him. And fortunately, this was a poor move, almost stopping there because he finally got his first down, but the running almost cost him when he tried to dodge a man instead of go for the first down.
Buffalo, a chance to build on the 3-0 lead. First down at the 21. Thurman Thomas, so it's flags down, gets to the 17-yard line.
So again, they run so hot and cold.
Offside, number 94.
So inconsistent offensively. Last week, I thought they were playing the best football of the year for about 10 minutes, and then it began to erode again. So this week, we'll take a look. They should be on that scoreboard by now with everything that's riding on it.
So they mark off the 5 yards down to the 16-yard line. .313 remaining in the first half. 3 penalties and 3 plays, and now Buffalo on the doorstep. It's Kennebrew to the 14-yard line. You know, part of the challenge for Buffalo, they realize they out-personnel the Jets, and they certainly emotionally they've got all the advantages going for the playoffs. That in promoting a conservative style bill, not taking any chances,
They're keeping the Jets close.
They're allowing the Jets to stay close.
But that's, we're not criticizing Levy. I'd do the same thing.
Yeah, in a sense you would. You'd like to see cleaner breaks by the ball carriers, eating up larger chunks of yardage running with the ball. And more likely here, again, the same kinds of things. People are coming off blocks. The criticism I've had of the Buffalo offense would be their offensive linemen tend to stand up and block too much instead of cutting people down. So there are too many obstacles between the ball carrier and the goal line. Their own linemen plus the man they're blocking. If they could just cut somebody down near the line of scrimmage and have some running room. And they haven't been able to do that all year.
3, and there's the 2-minute timeout here at the Meadowlands in Giants Stadium. A busy weekend for this facility. It's cold, and it's 3-0.
Astronomers tell us there won't be a total eclipse in America until the year 2017. They are very much mistaken. This is the year of the eclipse. Introducing the Eclipse GS Turbo by Mitsubishi. Try not to stare.
I've made up my mind. I'm going to do it. Why shouldn't I? I'm the one who has to look at myself in the mirror every morning. So before I lose another hair, I'm going to the doctor. I know doctors have treatment programs that are proven to work. More guys are trying them every day. I'm not bad now, but I wouldn't mind looking better.
Your doctor can really do something about hair loss. So see your doctor, or call this toll-free number.
United Airlines, from the ground up, rededicated to giving you the service you deserve. Come fly the friendly skies.
The Black & Decker Air Station. It has all the pressure you need to inflate anything fast. The Black & Decker Air Station. Always at your service.
The Raiders are on the move. Into the playoffs or out of L.A. Raider boss Al Davis talks exclusively with Bob Costas. Sunday on NFL Live.
Welcome back. It's 3-0 Buffalo. See, these coaches, they even act like it isn't even cold to keep it open here like that. And they tell their players, hey, just give us some line fields and some referees. We'll play it. Weather doesn't make a difference, right?
Oh, boy. Well, this weather really isn't that bad without the wind on the field. Up here, you and I are freezing to death.
Oh, it's really nice down there?
Brave men up here.
3rd down and 3 for Buffalo. And this is a big play for Marv Levy. And the Bills, they don't want to get another field goal out of this drive. Kelly shotgun. Over the middle. Complete at the goal line to Reed. At the 1-yard line, he does not get in. Again, they were blitzing Kelly, and he got the ball away as he was hit, but he's not getting up. Now he is.
We had a full blitz, which gives Reed a chance to go up the field and just sharply cross against a defender who just didn't read it very well. And it was well thrown. But back to Kelly, he had an unblocked man coming all the way, and that's just the design of the play. Defensive back right, and Kelly had to throw it before he got there. Kelly has the courage, he has the wherewithal to do it. It's just a matter of refining his skills a little bit more and coordinating it with those receivers.
They let that 45-second clock get down to 2 seconds and then call timeout. Leander Knight was the man who hit Kelly, who came up limping. It's 1st and goal inside the 1 as the Bills try to build on their 3-0 lead.
Hey, party people! I got some more party time tips for you from Extra Gold Draft. First, never party with anything less than a full tilt taste of Extra Gold. This is some serious beer. Another tip. The next time your buddy sets you up with a blind date, try not to look too surprised the first time you see her. Betty, right? I'm Tom. She likes me.
Ask for an extra. Go for the full tilt taste.
It's just cologne.
Astronomers tell us there won't be a total eclipse in America until the year 2017. They are very much mistaken. This is the year of the eclipse. Introducing the Eclipse by Mitsubishi. Try not to stare.
Here's something everyone worries about when flying, whether their carry-on luggage will fit.
Could you put this in the overhead compartment? How about under the seat?
So at Samsonite, we've designed carry-ons you truly can carry on, like our garment bag and suitcase in one, packed with features that make things easier to pack. At Samsonite, we'll never leave you holding the bag, proving once again that our strengths are legendary.
Whoa! LT. The silver and black attack. And the big blue wrecking crew. The Raiders battle the Giants. Sunday.
Joe Walton watches as the Bills have 4 shots from inside the 1. 1 minute, 11 seconds left in the half. Kennebrew in for a touchdown, and oh, there was a problem on the handoff. Kennebrew juggling the ball, but crossed the goal line, and the Bills get a very important touchdown before the half.
Could have been disaster. Kelly reached out to fake the one man, then by the time he handed off to Kennebrew, Kennebrew had almost passed. So you see him he'll be looking back inside for it, and just barely got the handoff made. So that's...
Scott Norwood to try the point after. Just that little good snap, good hold, good kick in this weather. This remarkable in itself. 10-0 Buffalo.
Kelly is going to reach out to fake a toss to the outside and hand back. And the timing almost loses there.
Apparently, microphone is frozen on my colleague Walsh. You could see the problems with that handoff, and Kennebrew just did clutch it. Fortunately, no jet there to make contact, or that ball would have been free. So 10-0. Walton's Jets have 1 minute and 7 seconds left to try to get something themselves, or be content that they're down by only 10. They've moved the ball well on a couple of drives, had a short field goal block, 29-yard attempt, and then Eason fumbled at the Buffalo 37, and that's what set up the drive that we've just seen by Buffalo as the Bills get the 1-yard plunge by Kennebrew. Tony Eason waiting his turn. Oh, what a big lineup tomorrow. Most every game on NBC Sports of playoff consideration, and maybe the largest of the lot right here at the Meadowlands, as the Los Angeles Raiders, who will work out after this game, apparently are working out now at another field, will meet the Giants. The Giants practiced this morning, early this morning, before these players arrive for their pregame drills. Bobby Humphrey drops back deep to return. Check that. No, it's Townsell and Epps who are back. Scott Norwood to kick it off.
Well, the halftime will be most interesting for the Jets. I'm glad to be back with you, John. Yes. The halftime will be most interesting with the Jets to talk about what they'll do the second half, coming down to 15.5 games and all the futility that's gone with it. The last time, most likely, that under competitive circumstances, that Joe Walton will speak with his ball club.
Dying kick goes to the rookie Dennis Byrd, and they clobber him at the 25-yard line. Let's take a look with the playoffs still so very much in doubt. It's amazing after 15 games that only those 3 teams have clinched: Denver, San Francisco, Giants. And if these teams win, they are in the playoffs. Buffalo would get a week off if they win, because they'd be the AFC Eastern champion. And those 8 teams alive, the heartbeat is weak, but with a lot of help, any one of those 8 could make it. And there's our lineup tomorrow. Raiders need a win to stay alive.
Giants are there, but they'd like to go in as champions of the East. Underneath for Roger Vick. The pullback across the 30 to the 32. Jets have all 3 timeouts left. Let's see if they spend one.
This is what they didn't do yesterday. That was planned for practice. Because of the cold weather, the Jets didn't go out. They'd wanted to give Eason a chance just to practice this so-called 2-minute offense.
They did not use a timeout. Underneath again and incomplete. Johnny Hector unable to pull that one in. Stops the clock with 36 seconds left in the half. Kirby Jackson, the defensive player.
Most difficult to run a team 2-minute offense because you have to call so many of the plays at the line of scrimmage, and not being that familiar with it or that able to deal with it under this kind of stress makes it tough on Eason and consequently tough on Joe Walton.
Third down, 2.5.
That last pass rush, Bruce Smith went way out around the offensive tackle, again leaving what you call a pass rush lane.
Eason dumps it off, intended for Johnny Hector, but nothing there. Eason had to unload as pressure was on from Leon Seals, 96, and Bruce Smith, 78.
Between the two, they're an excellent pass rush combination. Now Smith will come up underneath, then back out again, and he almost gets there this time. A great performer, Bruce Smith, but again, maybe lacking in some of the disciplines it takes to get that continuous pass rush that has continuity to it.
No question, though, he benefits by the return of Cornelius Bennett. They can't double and triple team him on every play. With 32 seconds left, Prokoff, end over end. And it takes a friendly Jets bounce inside the 25-yard line. And with 23 seconds to go in the half, Marv Levy undoubtedly will just sit on a play and go into the warm locker room. Talk about a 10-0 advantage. You stay with us. Chat about the Jets, certainly of important current conversation. He didn't say the words yesterday, Bill Walsh, but you could see it painfully in his eyes and in his face. You wear defeat in your face when you're a head coach in any sport. That on Tuesday, the day after Christmas, it'll become official that Joe Walton will no longer be the head coach of this franchise.
Well, he believes he can go on. He's got that intensity that so many of these coaches have, and the commitment to it that he'll come right back and coach again, most likely as an assistant. And he can very well expect to be an offensive coordinator next year, and then he believes he can get back into head coaching. He's spoke of those that have done it well, and he thinks he can do it. He's highly respected by people in the coaching profession for his offensive knowledge and his concepts. No question about that. But some programs get away from the coach. They get away from management. There isn't a thing they can do about it other than step away.
And time, and I think the coaches themselves agree, it's time to sweep the floor, clean it out. Kennebrew made 13 yards on that last play. At the end of the half, the Bills 30 minutes from a championship.
Now I invite you to enjoy this week's NFL.
Well, what did he say?
He said, Kirkwood, you're smart, you're aggressive, you're
brilliant, creative, aggressive, brilliant.
He said all that, did he?
Well, something to that effect.
Come on. What else?
Stock, sign-on bonus, company car. Of course, I'm going to turn it down.
The job?
The car.
The Legend sedan from Acura. #1 in customer satisfaction. 3 years in a row.
This is the most important line on the field. It's the goal line. And I've got a play that's going to work magic every time we score. I know you're all counting on me. I know every touchdown makes a difference to each and every one of you. We're all part of this club, and we're all part of this team, and most important, we're all part of this community. I'll show you how it works. This is a magical play. Watch and see. Since I teamed up with United Way, for every touchdown I scored during the season, a special group of corporations have pledged to make contributions to help kids cope with tough problems they face growing up in our society today. So far, that's meant more than $47,000 to United Way. I want to thank the people of Buffalo who give to United Way, and especially the corporate leaders who are members of my Jim Kelly United Way End Zone Club. The United Way is a great way to give and a great way to care. The United Way brings out the best in all of us.
This message furnished by the National Football League.
NBC Sports coverage of the National Football League is brought to you by Acura. Experience in Acura, the most satisfying automobile in America 3 years in a row. Stay tuned for NFL Live after these messages from your local station.
The city government is being run by thugs who leave murder in their path.
Don't worry, I'll handle that.
You're being pursued by an alien nation, and the only way to go is down.
Don't worry, I'll handle that.
You've got to save America's future, and we're giving you 2 gorgeous girls to do it with.
Don't worry, I'll...
Chameleons is coming Friday.
Introducing Buffalo Bills punter John Kidd for your good neighbor Chevrolet Geo dealer.
When I signed with the Bills, the first thing I asked was, does it really snow that much in Buffalo? Everybody said, nah, maybe just a flake or two now and then. So, of course, the first thing I did when I hit town was see a good neighbor Chevy dealer about a 4x4 Blazer. It's a great truck. In fact, if I never saw another snowflake, I'd still drive it.
Chevy S Blazer now with up to $1,250 cash back at your good neighbor dealer.
You know, there's just no substitute for a well-polished trade.
Indeed. Roy, how nice to see you.
Oh.
You shouldn't have.
Do sit down.
May I offer you a cup of tea?
Why, thank you, Wendell. Listen, I do love what you've done with this place.
Yes, this fabric would look lovely in my caboose.
I must remember to pick some up.
Finger sandwiches, gentlemen?
If it's out there, it's in here. The 9X Yellow Pages. Why would anyone need another?
Happy holidays from Coors Light. And please don't drink and drive. Halftime at the Meadowlands, and this is truly becoming obnoxious. OJ with his Buffalo pom-pom. In any case, the Bills trying to snap a 3-game losing streak and clinch the AFC East, leading by a score of 10-0. Your thoughts?
Well, you know, the Bills are doing it with the defense as usual, but if they're going to go far in the playoffs, they're going to have to get a little more steady play from that quarterback position. Jim Kelly hasn't been playing all that well. Today he had a chance to, in the first half, to do his team some good. As you'll see here, Andre Reed beats the secondary, and this is something that's been plaguing Jim Kelly the whole second half of the season. He's just not been getting the ball there. He's lucky that ball wasn't intercepted. As Bill Walsh pointed out, he's been telegraphing where he's going with the ball, and as you see here, Alex Gordon picks him off, and I think that's 7 interceptions for Jim Kelly in the last 3 games, and if they're going to go far in the playoffs, Kelly's going to have to show up his play just a little bit. They're playing great defense, and I still think they're the team to beat in the playoffs. I picked them at the beginning of the season. They got 2 weeks to regroup, and I think the Bills are going to go all the way.
How can you say they'd be the team to beat in the playoffs? All right, let's say they make the playoffs, and they will get a first-round bye, but they're going to be on the road in the first round at least, and unless the wild-card team beat Denver, let's say, they wouldn't be home for any playoff game, even if they won in the first round, and the way they've been playing, how can they be the team to beat Juice?
It doesn't matter. You know, in the beginning of the season, we picked this team to win it because they had so many great football players. Cornelius Bennett is back. He is healthy. You see the defense is playing super football. All they have to do is get Jim Kelly to play some steady football, not make mistakes, don't hurt him, and this team is as tough as everyone thought they would be at the beginning of the season. It's up to Kelly at this point.
All right, well, the Jets don't have to worry about the playoffs because in all likelihood they have just 1 half remaining to play with Joe Walton as their head coach. This is his 7th year at the helm, and in fairness, it has not been a completely unsuccessful run, although you do have to go back a few years to find the glory days of the Joe Walton era.
Fake to Hector, O'Brien going for it all, to Walker, touchdown, oh my! Gets in a hurry-up offense with the clock running, deep for Schuler, wide open, touchdown!
When I'm looking at the rest of the schedule for the New York Jets, Bobby, they will not win another game the rest of this year.
And the Jets conclude in horrendous fashion. A battered ball club going the other way after opening at 10-1 at one stretch, winning 9 in a row, and they finish at 10-6.
The players right now do not react the right way to Joe Walton, and I don't think they've reacted that way since the 10-1 slide. Here's a 10-1 slide where everything was hunky-dory, and everything was going fine. Then they started to lose, and the pressure got to Joe Walton and the coaching staff, and they couldn't handle it, and they went down.
Did they ever? And as the losses mounted, the Jets finally went out and got something they hadn't had since the 70s. A fully empowered, true football man to run the organization, a general manager.
We've diligently and actively pursued our #1 choice to become our new vice president and general manager. And it's with great pleasure that we introduce Dick Steinberg to you.
I think they really stole him out. You know, I can't say enough about the guy. I really respect the guy, and I think he's a good man, and he's an honest guy, which is, as you know, sometimes rare in this business.
He is a very good talent evaluator. And the key to success in the National Football League, you've got to have players. He knows how to evaluate them well, and he will.
I think the #1 priority for Dick Steinberg in reorganizing the Jets is to start with a football coach that is his type of coach, that is his personality, that is his mind, that is going to go out there and do the things that he has presented the organization with.
Steinberg has scheduled a Tuesday meeting with Walton, and it seems a foregone conclusion that Joe will be fired at that time. Walton, the one-time Giant receiver, was once a valued assistant coach. He's widely regarded as having a good football mind, but in the last few years as the head coach, it hasn't worked.
Joe is in a tough position because it's perceived that he will not be the coach. I think there's a chance that he could be the coach. It's not a good position to be in right now for him.
I have no control over, what's going to take place. I can only do my job this week.
One thing that I believe he does not have the quality for, and that is to lead men. I don't believe he has that quality, and great coaches are able to lead men. Great coaches are consistent. They aren't up and down. Great coaches don't throw tantrums. Great coaches lead by example. They don't try to find examples to lead by. Great coaches develop their own football team.
Oh, you know, when you're 4-11 like we are, it's a disappointing year, and I didn't do a good job. So, this has been a tough year.
O.J., I guess you could find a few great coaches who at one time or another have thrown a tantrum, though.
Woody Hayes, for one. I honestly think Walton has done a decent job. I think he's been victimized by not having that football man above him. I think he's a very, very fine offensive coach. I wouldn't be surprised to see him end up in Cleveland.
As an assistant to Bud Carson, who used to be one of his assistants.
I think he'll do an excellent job there. But I do think they need a football man, and Dick has proven himself. If you look at some of those great New England teams, they're just loaded with talent. And then most of the people felt that they didn't always play up to that talent, but in the 80s, they've always had a team full of all-pro caliber players.
Here's the thing, O.J. We heard Dave Jennings say, well, maybe Joe Walton has a chance to remain as coach, and Dick Steinberg says that he'll try to keep an open mind. But in fairness, even if Steinberg decided, Walton hasn't done that bad a job, and in the right setting he could do well, he can't retain him. He's got to make a clean breast of it. He's coming in to start a new era. The public relations response, the negative response from the fans, if he retains Walton, fair or not, would do him in. He's got to fire him.
We're wasting time talking about it. There's no way he's going to retain Walton. It just won't happen.
Now, we'd like to remind you to stay with us after the game, because today we'll have a comprehensive look at the playoff picture, in which case I hope they give us about 45 minutes. There have never been more teams alive for the postseason on Week 16 in the history of the National Football League. Dolphins coach Don Shula will join us live. His team is one of those still hoping for a playoff berth, and time permitting, the insiders will have their look ahead to the playoffs. Now, an important issue here. Before we send you back to the Meadowlands, Dick Enberg, during the first half, we heard you denigrate my tie selection. A man likes to be as natty as he possibly can, and then you wondered whether something like this would be my Christmas present to you. Actually, Dick, you were almost prophetic, because I had picked this little number out for you. It's very lovely. Perhaps we can get a close-up. It's a Christmas party tie, complete with the Velcro wraparound, so that you don't really have to worry about knotting it. And I hope that you and Barbara enjoy it as much as the Hope Heel Pocket Fisherman and the Ronco Have-A-Made I've sent you in past years.
Yeah, I thought it was rather clever, though. You have a white, what are those squares on that red? One for every team still alive in the playoffs.
Dick, it was either this or Slim Whitman's greatest hits. I hope I made the right choice. Merry Christmas, buddy. We'll go back to the Meadowlands for the second half after these messages. This is quality television, ladies and gentlemen. Savor it.
The gloves are coming off. Millionaire drug lord. So with the kids.
And we steal a little bit of their soul.
Kiki Camarena.
In your job, a mistake can get you killed.
coordinated in abducting an American agent off the streets in broad daylight.
I want Kiki back.
We'll see your wife and children again very soon.
Craig T. Nelson.
All I want for Christmas is my...
I'm not going to let you give up on this.
Drug Wars, the Camarena story, January 7th.
Don't let my husband become a number.
We're very fortunate in pro football to have the fan support of so many, literally millions of people across the United States. And I think of NFL Charities as being a means for the member clubs to give back to the community, give back to the fans.
Founded in 1973, NFL Charities has enabled the NFL owners to collectively make grants of over $8 million to worthy national organizations.
In reality, NFL Charities has opened the door for other sports to follow their example, and as a result, we're getting more contributions from them, and we've been able to educate many, many youngsters who might otherwise not have had an opportunity to go to college.
The support that the Vince Lombardi Cancer Research Center receives from the National Football League and its owners is vital.
I think it's one of the outstanding accomplishments of our league. One of the things that makes me proud to be associated with the National Football League is NFL Charities.
Today, NFL Charities announced a $25,000 grant to the Kent Waldrop National Paralysis Foundation for the University of Miami project to cure paralysis, making the total commitment to the foundation $205,000. By the way, that Miami project is established by Mark Bonacani, son of former Dolphin linebacker who was paralyzed in a Citadel football accident. At halftime, 10-0. The Buffalo Bills looking for the AFC Eastern title, and folks in Miami and Indianapolis, of course, rooting for the New York Jets, who did muster a little attack, and they had Buffalo at 3-0 in 3rd and 3 when a big pass was completed.
Right, there was a big pass. It's understandable. The Jets decided to blitz all out. That left Reed one-on-one against a defender who was playing too soft, and Kelly was able to get the ball off just in time to make the completion. There was a certain amount of heat. Kelly had an unblocked man on him, but he concentrated, got the ball to Reed, and it, of course, made the difference, and most likely, the ball game.
Would you, 3rd and 3, you try to stop them, limit to a field goal. Was the blitz a surprising call for you?
Well, it might have been. I might have thought of more of a zone defense and just figured that the field goal is conceded at that point on the field. But one way or the other, the Jets are trying everything they can to win, and Kelly hit his receiver.
All right, we'll return for the second half kickoff with Buffalo up by 10. But first we pause for these words from your local station.
Tuesday, is it magic or is it murder?
Nothing is as it seems.
Only Matlock the Great can find the key to a shocking mystery.
That's some trick.
A magical Matlock. Then a sex scandal.
Well.
And a deadly intruder put Tibbs on trial.
You have nothing concrete.
In the heat of the night, followed by Midnight Caller Tuesday.
All I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth. Oh, maybe I should have asked to win the Toyota truck contest, but it's not too late for you. Go to your Toyota dealer, predict who's going to win the Sunday game, and you can win tickets to a Bills game, or better yet, a new Toyota truck.
Buy a new Toyota truck this week and receive a pair of 2-day lift tickets at Killington Ski Area, the Six Mountain Ski Resort. Only at Culligan, Gambino, Halls, Marooney, and Northtown Toyota.
Next year, I'll ask for a big toothbrush, something like that.
Happy holidays from Coors Light, and please don't drink and drive.
The Bills will get the ball to start the second half. The statistics at halftime showing, understandably, very little offense in this cold weather. But the Bills getting the 1 touchdown late in the half and led in most of the significant statistics. 176 yards to 130 total. Time of possession almost even. The Jets had a chance at scoring. Blocked field goal from 29 yards out. And then an Eason fumble in Buffalo territory started the drive that set up the touchdown for the Bills. Ronnie Harmon at the 7. We start the second half. And Harmon into the clear. Ronnie Harmon stepped out of bounds at the 42-yard line. Philip Epps apparently was the man that got just enough of him to bump him out of bounds.
So it was well blocked. That was exactly as it was designed. You can see blockers forming in front, other people being turned to the outside. The lead blockers coming straight up the field, and Harmon just uses his speed straight down the field. Good job all the way. That was one of the best executed kickoff returns we've seen in a while. And they really needed it, because at this point, the Bills can lose if they unravel or if they fall victim again to turnovers.
And a whistle before the ball is snapped. That was a 51-yard return by Harmon to get the Bills a kicking here to start the third quarter.
The Jets have a chance in this game if the Bills unravel and those turnovers start cropping up. Otherwise, the Bills should smoothly get themselves a division title against a team that probably is a little disorganized at this point.
Well, they score a touchdown here, Bill Walsh. It'd be 17-0. You don't see the Jets with Eason coming back from 17 down.
I just don't know. It'll take again, turnovers, interceptions, those kind of things.
Still no explanation as to the problem. Apparently, the cold weather is affecting a lot of the electronics, including the clock. It's interesting here in the booth, the telestrator, the item that Bill draws the plays on. You can see the line a little wavery today. Gives you a little idea of where the priorities are in this business, Coach. Now, when you were on the sidelines with the 49ers, I'm sure you got #1 attention. But you notice where the electric blanket is. The electric blanket is not on our lap.
No, it's down
on the telestrator.
That's right. Trying to keep it warm. And I'm going to panic in a minute. Forget the telestrator. Put that around my shoulders.
First things first. They were reviewing where he stepped out of bounds, and they remarked it at the 45-yard line. First down play to Thurman Thomas, and that play has not worked today, trying to get outside. Ron Stallworth, 96 from the backside, and Alex Gordon fighting off the blockers. And Thomas, you could just see his disgust. He said, hey, I just can't get around that corner. Gordon making another good play.
Well, there are some younger players that they can look to the future with on this Jet team, Stallworth being one of them. He's got the size and movement to play. 2 outside linebackers, some good inside people. So there is a nucleus to build on, a lot of younger players.
The oldest man on the entire defense is 28 years old for the Jets, so they've got plenty of youth. 6 rookies made the defensive team. Ooh, the throw behind Reed and right into the arms of Bobby Humphrey, who does not have an interception this year, and that was an excellent chance.
That was what we were just talking about. That turnover would have been a critical one. Humphreys is in bad position, but the ball's thrown badly behind Reed. And Humphreys is more in a position to catch it than Reed. Again, that's what it'll take. Humphrey, a former wide receiver, I guess, figure he's running the wrong way to catch the ball.
Third down and 12 for Kelly. Goes into the shotgun. And nothing Buffalo. Just the start of the second half. And down the field goes Kelly. Deep to Beebe, incomplete. And a good play at the last moment. It appeared that James Hasty may have dived and gotten a little piece of it to deflect it away from the speedy rookie wide receiver Beebe.
Beebe's speed really showed up here, but now the ball's thrown too far inside. What you want on that pass is you coach it. The ball comes from over the outside shoulder. Now again, we get inside movement by Gordon, and he almost gets there. He does a little damage on the way.
So the Bills, despite the outstanding kickoff return by Ronnie Harmon, cannot move the ball. And here's John Kidd to punt. Townsell at the 11. He's dangerous in the open field. A flag is down, however, as Townsell crosses the 30-yard line. 35-yard punt, 20-yard return if Chris Hale made the tackle for Buffalo.
In a sense, if...
illegal block in the back, number 40, 10 yards, first down.
In a sense, if Joe Walton were just to tell his team to sit tight and look for the big turnover, they may be able to come back. It adds up to about that.
James Hasty, block in the back, and so instead of starting across the 30, they'll begin play on this drive from their own 11-yard line. And Tony Eason, Charles Carroll Eason IV, joined the Jets early in November. Didn't suit for 3 or 4 weeks, and last week started out against the Rams. Played only a half before Ken O'Brien came in. That move was criticized in that O'Brien had a bad shoulder, but he did not aggravate that injury any further by his play. Roger Vick running over his own man. Good twisting second effort by Vick to gain about 6 before Dwight Drain can make the stop.
Buffalo was in a 3-4 alignment that time. The very basic 3-4 defense that's common with everyone, and they're able to do it now because Bennett's returned. There's far less experimentation or running high-risk defenses now that Bennett's returned, because he gives solidity to that side of the line. So if they can play their 3-4 and take advantage of all that talent, they'll be okay.
One of the talented men in the down 3, Bruce Smith, unable to make the tackle of Vick at the line of scrimmage, so it's 2nd down and 4. Eason, incomplete to Roger Vick. He was well covered by Darrell Talley.
See, Eason looked to the sideline. Vick was to run what you'd call a corner pattern that time. You could see it developing, and Eason wanted to throw it, but for some reason Vick broke it off and then sort of struggled along the sideline. And of course Eason was a little distressed over that, looked at the bench and just waved it off.
So 3rd down and 4 for Eason and the Jets. Tony's brother Bo Eason, who was an outstanding defensive back, in an early round by Houston, was a college roommate of Ken O'Brien at UC Davis. Eason underneath, and it's to the rookie A.B. Brown, and he doesn't get enough for a first down. Mark Kelso normally plays a very deep safety. You can see the oversized helmet because of a series of concussions. He wears an extra pad on that helmet. Came up to make the stop.
Kelso's one of the more skilled free safeties in the league. He's really a competitor. Short on movement, in a sense. He's not a long strider. He can't make up ground on a receiver, but he can be in the right position. He's critical to that defense because he's been with it, he makes the calls, and he can keep it together.
10 men on the line of scrimmage for the Bills, but Prokop gets a wobbly kick away. Sutton stays away, and it takes a Jets bounce. And the Bills will get it at their 39-yard line. Timeout. They played 3 minutes of this 3rd quarter. Buffalo 10, the Jets nothing.
It began as a game. It turned into a battle. And now, it's out of control. Bud Bowl 2, coming January 28th. This time, it's war.
They predicted a gloomy year for everyone. But they didn't count on Mazda, with cars and trucks engineered to feel just right. Now Mazda is racing toward an all-time sales record, with record-setting deals that can save you up to $1,000 now. So come get a record-setting deal at the Mazda Race to the Record. At your local Mazda dealer now.
You got to juggle 10 things all at once. And get them done right. Get them done before lunch. How are you going to do it? Well, you're going to PS to it. With the IBM PS2. You can do things with micro-channel that other computers just can't handle. You got an edge in power and speed. You're a forward thinker. Yes, indeed. How are you going to do it? Easy. You're going to PS to it. The solution is IBM.
NBC sports coverage of the National Football League is brought to you by Budweiser, Beechwood aged for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you. By United Airlines, rededicated to giving you the service you deserve. Come fly the friendly skies. And by Mazda Cars and Trucks. Mazda, it just feels right.
Boy, the brave and the bold are here to cheer the Jets, or at least some for Buffalo on this final game of the regular season. And Buffalo with a 10-0 lead, 12 minutes left, 3rd quarter, has it at their 39-yard line. And Kelly's going to throw on 1st down, out of the backfield, incomplete to Kennebrew.
Gee, now Kennebrew slowed down. Kelly didn't expect that. When Kennebrew turned his shoulders to look back and cut his strides down, he slowed down. The ball was overthrown, and again, it's a precision part of the game, that the refining of an offense that these people can take advantage of.
Or is that just the cold, too, Bill?
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
we all make more mistakes in this kind of weather.
It certainly is. It's just the ability to concentrate and to function.
On second down, Kelly to Reed. Oh, he doesn't drop, and he does. And look at him run after the catch. He's very proud of that. And a first down at the Jets' 38-yard line. James Lofton, the veteran wide receiver, with a good block downfield.
Well, Lofton likes Reed. There isn't any question about it. We've already indicated that difference in strength and speed that people underestimate. But his quick Mincy-like steps, when he breaks, he can cover ground very, very quickly. Good pivot hook. He sees people now look at him instinctively be able to go to the sideline, then take full advantage of the width of the field. There is one very, very bright spot. It is Reed. Boy.
From Kutztown State. He was a quarterback in high school in Allentown, and he and his family, he was not present for us, served something like 100 youngsters breakfast and played Santa Claus this morning in Allentown. Underneath to the tight end Metzelaars, and he breaks a tackle. And down inside the 15-yard line. First down, Buffalo, before Troy Benson can get him out of bounds.
So we had the full blitz. Eric McMillan, Pro Bowl safety, covering Metzelaar, and the blitz goes past Metzelaar. Metzelaar automatically looks. Now he just uses his strength in his shoulders, and Eric McMillan tackles high, and that's where he was wrong, because that upper torso of Metzelaar at 6'7", 250 pounds is sort of tough to handle.
He was twice a little All-American basketball star at Wabash College. So many the tight ends these days were basketball players on the collegiate level. On first down at the 15, Thurman Thomas, he's been the one man that hasn't been able to spring free for the Bills. And of course, they're looking for yardage from Thomas, who has been their top ground gainer all season long. Kyle Clifton had his number on that play. Thomas from Oklahoma State, and the man who followed him, Barry Sanders. Boy, what a 1-2 punch for the Cowboys in the NFL this year. Thomas in Buffalo and Sanders in Detroit.
Sanders is turning out to be one of the 2 or 3 great runners in the league right now.
Pro Bowl as a rookie.
Thomas, not bad.
Second and 10. Kelly underneath. Incomplete, and flags all over the place. Might have been interference on McMillan, and there might have been holding as well against Buffalo.
Well, Kelly threw into a lot of coverage that time. He had a delay pattern coming up underneath, people releasing.
We have pass interference on the offense, number 84. We have holding on the offense.
So both calls against the Bills. They'll take the 10 yards, although Jim Kelly is questioning Fred Wines. Are you sure that wasn't against the Jets' McMillan? But 84, Keith McKellar, apparently pushed off on McMillan.
Again, a semi-self-destruct in these kinds of situations.
Number 67.
67, Kent Hull, the holding call.
I see people come off the line.
At the 25.
Gee, I can't see that call. What they were trying to call, I guess, on Keith McKellar was a pick play. But the pick play never developed, and regardless of what the intent was, it wasn't any obstruction of anyone, so you'd wonder about that call.
So from the 25-yard line, it's 2nd and 20 Buffalo. Trying to build on a 10-0 lead. Kelly again short to Lofton. He breaks the tackle, and Bills have a touchdown. James Lofton, the 33-year-old veteran from Stanford, his 3rd touchdown this year.
Lofton just burst down the field on what you call a hitch pass. Now you want to break it to the outside so only one man at a time can tackle you, and that he still has that great speed. I had a chance to coach James Lofton at Stanford University, and he really made our team from the standpoint of became a nationally ranked team primarily because of James Lofton and Darren Nelson.
He's number 7 all-time in catches, over 600 in his career, 607 to be exact. And his 607th goes 25 yards for a touchdown. Norwood's extra point try. Over the head of Kidd, and picked up by Hasty. This is a no play. It doesn't matter. That'd be worth a couple of points in college, but not here in the NFL, although I wouldn't mind seeing that rule adopted. Why not?
Well, it sort of shows that maybe some of the Jets don't know the rules. I don't know. You'd think after playing for a while you wouldn't expend that energy.
Well, James may have been a little too hasty in running that one all the way. Timeout, 10:49 left, third quarter.
They predicted a gloomy year for everyone. But they didn't count on Mazda, with cars and trucks engineered to feel just right. Now Mazda is racing toward an all-time sales record, with record-setting deals that can get you $750 cash back on 89 Mazda trucks now. So come get a record-setting deal at the Mazda Race to the Record. At your local Mazda dealer now.
Easy for you. Hey, Shelter.
So much for campfires.
This will be over soon.
Stetson cologne, comfortable, easy to wear.
Like campfires?
Yeah.
Campfires smell great.
No, you smell great.
Easy for you.
Know any good ghost stories? Easy to wear.
Randy, that great smelling guy's here.
Hard to resist.
Hi.
See what you started.
The freedom to say and think what we believe is ensured by this document. Join us and the National Archives in celebrating the 200th anniversary of the Bill of Rights.
Tom Brokaw. Jane Pauley, flashback to the 80s, Wednesday on NBC.
So Marv Levy, the Phi Beta Kappa in English history, would give top grades on that drive. 23-yard pass to Reed, 23-yard pass to Metzelaars, and a 25-yard scoring toss to the veteran James Lofton. At 16-0 as Norwood kicks it off, spins it high, but very short. And here comes JoJo Townsell across the 30 to the 33-yard line. Tonight on NBC, celebrate the holidays with us. The mirth and merriment of 227, Amen, The Golden Girls, and Empty Nest. And if you want action, you'll get all the action you can handle. Former Rams defensive end stars on Hunter tonight only on NBC.
Well, right now, the real people find out a lot about themselves being down 16-0 the last 20 minutes or so of the season, and a absolute losing cause and frustrating year. These guys, some will play well just instinctively because they love it. Others, I'm sure, unfortunately, will be looking for a chance to get away from it all.
Roger Dick, a little pass in the flat, and the fullback across the 35 to the 37-yard line.
It's a frustrating year for everybody.
Well, the fans who have sold out this stadium, but they don't support the Jets. Never has this city or these environs supported the Jets, even in their great seasons, the way they've loved the Giants. The Giants were here first. It's a Giants town. And the fact that the Jets moved away from Shea Stadium seemed to even intensify that here. They are playing in Giants Stadium. So the image alone seems to favor the other guys in town. Second down. Nothing there at all. Fred Smerlas, the veteran from Boston College, and Art Still, also in his 12th season out of Kentucky, make the tackle.
Well, the Jets have some younger players. Joe Walton took the position and made it in a philosophy of going in a total evolution and evolving into a younger team. And they've done it defensively. There are some individual skill players, but for some time they just haven't played physical enough, and they haven't been put together well enough to be a competitive team. And it's going to be up to Dick Steinberg first to evaluate the personnel, secondly to use Plan B, trades, and the draft.
Eason goes down on the charge from Cornelius Bennett, and the flag is down as well. Third sack today, and the first for Bennett in a long time. And holding against the Jets will be declined. Bennett has a scalp.
Holding, number 50, decline, fourth out.
This Plan B philosophy that Steinberg's going to utilize, I think, will bring 8 to 10 players at the lower end of a roster to the team, and then a draft. Are they going to have the first pick in the draft? They'll be right there.
Atlanta and the Jets are going to be battling for that dubious honor.
And they could trade that for more than one player.
It's to Mickey Sutton, a dying spiral. The wind caught that and sent it away from Sutton, who wisely let it bounce, even though it takes a nice Jets roll, and Prokop roots it all the way down to the 12-yard line. Time up.
They predicted a gloomy year for everyone. But they didn't count on Mazda, with cars and trucks engineered to feel just right. Now Mazda is racing toward an all-time sales record, with record-setting deals that can save you up to $1,000 now. So come get a record-setting deal at the Mazda Race to the Record. At your local Mazda dealer now.
Stuffing? Mr. Scrooge loves the new stuffing in the 5-piece holiday meal deal from Kentucky Fried Chicken. Only $4.99. To Cratchit.
With the 10-piece holiday meal, only $9.99. Good thinking, Cratchit.
Get the 5 or 10-piece holiday meal deal.
Send up a crow's foot. Give me an object.
There's a place in the friendly skies where not everyone's so friendly.
Stop. Hold it. I need 3 hours. Minimum.
Check it out. Over 9,000 mechanics of United Airlines work here.
Give me a mini grinder.
They're picky, fussy, stubborn. But if you fly, they're the best friends you'll ever have. United, rededicated to giving you the service you deserve. Come fly the friendly skies.
The people who bring you Budweiser wish you and yours a safe and happy holiday season. And please remember, know when to say when.
A classic Christmas ballet comes to the ice with America's sweetheart, Dorothy Hamill. It's a holiday special for the entire family. NutraSweet presents Dorothy Hamill in The Nutcracker on Ice. Today on NBC Sports World.
Happy holiday, everyone.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to give you a half dozen of those Bob Costas ties. If you can find Don Criqui and Ahmad Rashad, they're here today. They are here. They're in this crowd, hidden in this crowd. You think this isn't a tough audience?
Hope one of them isn't wearing a Santa Claus suit.
This is a tough crowd. The Bills lead 16-0. They start from their 13, and Kinnebrew dumped by Ron Stallworth. Stallworth and Alex Gordon have had a solid game defensively for the Jets on the 2 corners defensively.
Well, the Jets have young defensive personnel.
Are they good young defensive personnel?
Well, that's the key. You can have the youngest team in the league and it can be the worst. There's Ralph Hawkins, an excellent defensive coach, good background from Seattle, one of the better ones, and he's developed a reasonable defense.
First year with Bud Carson going to Cleveland, and now, of course, his job in jeopardy as well. As Thomas breaks into the clear at the 20. So they finally got him into the open, and he's finally driven out of bounds at the 31-yard line by Eric McMillan. An 18-yard gallop for Thurman Thomas.
One of the keys will be hiring a coach, assuming that Walton leaves. And there are a number of bright ones. I recommended to Steinberg Mike Holmgren of the 49ers. He's improved that 49er offense from what it's been in the past. And also Bruce Coslett from the Cincinnati Bengals, who can bring an offensive system to the game. Those two people, among others, could be an excellent addition to Steinberg's administrative skills.
Thomas again. A couple of three. Do you think he'll go for an NFL assistant, or will he go, say, to John Makovic, the coach at Illinois? He's involved in the rumors. Howard Schnellenberger at Louisville, also rumored to be a front runner.
Nothing wrong with those two at all. I think most likely, my impression would be that he'd go with a top assistant who's been in a winning organization that can add it to his own knowledge and expertise, bring the technical football of to this football team so that it can function smoothly 16 straight weeks.
2nd and 7 for Kelly. Over the middle, and there's McMillan. He can't come up with it. Oh, he had a beat on that one, and McMillan likes to lure quarterbacks into throwing to what they think is a wide-open receiver and then break to the ball. And there was a case in point as he baited Kelly, and he had the interception.
Well, you see Kelly hesitate right here. Watch. Hesitate right now. Now he throws it. Well, after pumping the ball once, he's attracting everyone to the spot is going to the receiver it'll go to. So by the time he pumps it, pulls it back, and then throws it, everyone's breaking on the ball. And Eric McMillan should have had an interception there. Those are the kinds of things that have to be sort of weaned out of Kelly's performances.
A reverse, and it goes to Andre Reed. And Reed has a first down at the 42-yard line, or apparently does, right at the yardsticks, 8 yards on the play. Well, that's an interesting call in the cold weather, having 2 or 3 men handle the ball, and finally in the grasp of Reed, who has been a star for Buffalo today when they needed their top receiver to play big.
Well, everything that the Bills do now is going to be, they assume will reflect in the playoff games themselves. They'll have 2 weeks to rest up. Everyone will be healthy. For the first time, they're going to have all of their linebackers, Conlon and Bennett, healthy and ready to play.
Ray Bentley is injured today. They hope he might be back as well. And here goes Thurman Thomas breaking a tackle of Gordon. And McMillan gets him from behind at the 25-yard line. So Thurman Thomas, who collects Garfield dolls. He has over 30 of them. But Garfield likes to eat up, well, more than just yards. It's Thomas getting that today.
You'll see Kelly fake and then be sort of an option man. Working against Gordon, he forces Gordon to play him and then pitches to Thomas. It's reminiscent or sort of an offshoot of the option play that's obviously very common in college football.
Here's Thomas. Compact 5'10 and 198. First down at the 25. He has 34% of the Bills' offense this year with his receiving and running. He's been limping most of the game. Now it's Ronnie Harmon in there, and a submerging tackle by 51 Joe Mott, who came in underneath the blockers and dumped the ball carrier.
Well, Joe Devlin number 70 got knocked back a little bit and really lost the leverage on his block. The entire play broke down.
Devlin, who was an amateur boxer at one time, now the dean of that Bills team, 35 years old, 13th year in the league. He's their leader.
He's the guy behind no interviews, which they put together a couple of weeks ago. They just wanted the team to concentrate and not have more distractions by most likely quotes that...
Almost intercepted by Clifton, who got a hand on it, deflected it away, intended for James Lofton downfield. So the Jets have had their hands on 4 or 5 balls. So that was a tough chance, but a couple, one by Humphrey, one by McMillan, appeared to be sure interceptions.
You know, the Bills began to indiscriminately remark to the press and to the media, and they voted as a team 2 weeks ago just not to talk 48 hours before a game. I don't know if this made any difference. It's made it tough for us to get our job done, but in a sense, I suppose it could help. But the problem was too many people began to be spokesmen for everybody.
Full blitz again for Kelly, and he throws it up on top to Ronnie Harmon for a touchdown. So every time the Jets have unloaded the defensive bank and come with their defensive backs, Kelly has
A big play waiting for him, and that one to Ronnie Harmon. And the Bills now can start to celebrate. You can start to feel the more positive rumbles from Buffalo as their fans will see their team in the playoffs.
Good protection all the way around. Now, this is a well-thrown ball. He just lost it right up over the top to Harmon, giving Harmon room to catch it and also enough field to catch it in. It's well done.
McMillan went for the interception, thought the ball was going to come underneath, came forward on the ball, and then Kelly right over his head for the score. And now the extra point try.
Well, McMillan's sure an all-or-none player. He's either there to make the interception or he's not there to cover a receiver.
23-0, and Marv Levy expresses the joy now after the frustration of the last 3 losses.
Are you the one to put these away? Look at the angel up on top. This is it. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
When you gather around for the holidays, there's no better beer to have around than Michelob. Look for our tree at your store and have a happy holiday. They predicted a gloomy year for everyone. But they didn't count on Mazda, with cars and trucks engineered to feel just right. Now Mazda is racing toward an all-time sales record, with record-setting deals that can get you $750 cash back on 89 Mazda trucks now. So come get a record-setting deal at the Mazda Race to the Record. At your local Mazda dealer now.
A little closer. A little closer. Oh, wait. Okay, a little bit more. Just closer. Back.
When you're taking pictures, it's not always convenient to move the subject. That's why Nikon's incredibly compact, fully automatic Zoom Touch 500 zooms from 35mm wide-angle shots to 80mm close-ups. So unlike with some cameras, you won't have to move an inch. With Nikon Zoom Touch 500, you're never far from a great picture.
NBC Sports serves your need to know all week long. Dial 1-900-454-3500 for NBC Scores Plus. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, anywhere in the USA.
Welcome back to the Meadowlands Giants Stadium, where tomorrow the scene will be the same here on NBC for many of you as the Raiders and the Giants play. It's supposed to be a little bit warmer tomorrow, and the temperature, you can feel it dropping now as the sun sets, and they expect the wind chill 20 to 30 below zero late afternoon and evening tonight. Townsell across the 20, and he is crushed at the 27-yard line by Butch Roll, the backup tight end. Coming up next, stay tuned. NBC Sports has a big holiday celebration for you on this Saturday. Sports World will feature the classic holiday ballet on skates. NutraSweet presents Dorothy Hamill in the Nutcracker on Ice. Let's join Marv Albert. He is going to look at the past decade's wild and wacky sports stories on the Albert Achievement Awards. That's coming up next following the Jets and Bills here from the Meadowlands. Hey, that's a nice combination. Dorothy Hamill and Marv Albert. I had that quinella last week. The short payoff. Eason batted in the air, and Bennett has it. Cornelius down at the 27-yard line, and now the Bills are going to have some fun. There haven't been a lot of smiles in Buffalo the last month, but they needed only one win, as it turned out, and they're getting it against the Jets in Walton today.
Well, it was telegraphed all the way. You can see Eason will come back. Now, look, he's looking, throwing, and Bennett's unblocked standing there, so naturally he's going to reach up and grab it. So often the linemen or the people doing the blocking in front of those quick drops by the quarterback don't work to cut their man down. Otherwise, the man can watch the quarterback, he steps to throw, they jump, they bat it.
So the ball goes to the Bills at the 27. Cornelius Bennett back in the lineup after an absence with a knee injury of some 5 weeks. Ends up with a couple of big plays today. Now it's Thurman Thomas. And he's inside the 25-yard line before James Hasty can come up from a corner and make the tackle.
Well, with the game in hand, Buffalo is just about where they were a year ago, believe it or not. 12-4 a year ago, almost referred to as a dominating team. This year struggling, but the bottom line is another division championship, another shot at the playoffs. Eliminating a lot of people, now they have their shot like anybody else.
Now, they won't be playing next week as a wild card. That gives them a week off. And there are plans already for them to go to warmer weather to practice for the playoffs. Here's Thomas again, down to the 20-yard line, where it'll be third down and about 3. Let's getting back to Marv Levy. You were talking to him, and they were asking you questions about, what your thoughts were regarding practicing in the cold weather. And it goes back to your comments, Bill Walsh, of the first half, that practicing in cold weather doesn't help you to adjust to playing in cold weather.
Not really. I think there's a state of mind. If you have the right state of mind, you can play in any weather. But to just think you're going to be out and suffer in cold weather day after day practicing, you're not going to refine anything. You're too concentrated on surviving. The teams that tend to play well are the ones that have the weather they can practice in.
Ronnie Harmon kicks out of a tackle from John Booty, and I believe he has a first down.
The key, I think, at this point is now just organize your time, which Marv is expert at, and find those things that they can do best, eliminate everything else, and try to use the talent on the team. Lofton can now be a force on this football team. He can make things happen. And you add him with the other group of receivers, and they can have the offense they need. Kennebrews' size and power.
And Kelly himself, when he's hot, is as good as any quarterback in the NFL. First down at the 16. Kennebrew spinning away from tackles, and the mark of a team on its way to defeat. A lot of missed tackles and a gain of about 4 or 5. Last 2 years, the Bills tough at home up at Rich Stadium, but on the road just a 6-10 team, and they definitely will be on the road. Even with their win today, they'll be playing either in Denver or at Cleveland, Houston, whichever team wins that crucial Central Division game. We're also picking your brain, and how did you win so many games on the road, Bill Walsh?
Well, I think it's a state of mind you develop, among other things. No question about that. But then you make it a business trip. I still see
Kennebrew doing some business, and he's got it to the 5-yard line where it's first and goal.
I still see, Dick, so many of these teams working all week, getting on the jet, relaxing, and then once they get to the city where they're going to play, the players are given the night off to go anywhere they want, to have dinner and relax. And, of course, that in itself can affect concentration. We work much harder on the road than at home, really, in meeting with the players and rehearsing things we were going to do. We used all of that valuable time while traveling to improve our team and to develop the game plan, and it paid off. I noted that virtually every case now, coaches are still giving a little too much time free just after they work so long and hard.
Kennebrew gets a couple of yards to the 3-yard line. In other words, you would have the itinerary so full with football on the road, there was no time to have fun. It was a business trip from the time you stepped on the airplane.
That's right, and you're always going in against great odds. We talked about 50, referring to our coaches and players, against 50,000 every week. And we thoroughly thrived on watching people leave the stands early when you're traveling. Paul Brown, we always made an issue of that when I worked with him. They love to see the most gratifying thing for a team and a coach is to be visiting somewhere and winning the game so impressively that people begin to leave the stands and drive home. We love those empty stands.
Thurman Thomas has another score for Buffalo, and that makes it 29-0. And with just seconds left in the third quarter, in this game obviously in the hands of the Bills, the fans who do stay, who don't go home from the Meadowlands today, will get some medal of masochism. I mean, they'll be handed out right at the gates. They've got them ready. Anyone who stays to the final gun gets the MM.
Well, Joe Walton has 15 minutes of football remaining with the Jets. And he showers up and gets in that car to go home. I truly hope he just relaxes and takes some pride in all the hard work he's put in and the results he's had with the Jets, and can find some satisfaction and happiness with his golf game, and is able to reflect on what he wants to do, because he's a very good coach, and he's been under tremendous strain coaching this football team in this great city, who expects and demands success.
3 successive touchdown drives against the Walton team. You know, it's a dichotomy of emotions, isn't it? On one hand, you don't want to give it up. That whistle still around his neck yesterday was somewhat symbolic of that. It's going to hurt so much to have that title taken away, head coach. He loves that responsibility. On the other hand, it's a dire times, a terrible season, and there's going to be wonderful relief in just getting away from it all.
Absolute relief. One thing about coaching, one aspect of athletics that makes it so interesting and attractive, each year is a chapter in itself, an entity in itself. Once that year's behind you, it is surprising how little time it takes to begin to look to the next year and anticipate what you're going to do the next season and what kind of success you may have. So this chapter, and these 7 chapters of Joe Walton's life are now going to be behind him, and he'll reflect, and then he'll be ready to roll in a couple of months, and I'm sure he'll join another team and hopefully have a lot of success.
Well, he doesn't have to, and he's going to be paid. The rumors are that he makes around $400,000 a year, and he has 2 more years left, and Leon Hess, the owner of the Jets, is, as expressed by Joe, has been a terrific owner. He called him the best owner in the league, even though Mr. Hess ultimately may have to sign those firing papers. But he's got a 2-year vacation if he wants it, paid. Townsell down at the 14-yard line.
Well, this is what we were worried about going into the game, how it would finally hit everybody over the head, in a sense. The season's over, and we're getting beat, and let's get the game over.
Here comes Kyle Mackey, just activated this week. He has started the game earlier in the year. Mackey, a replacement player for the Dolphins during the strike year a couple years ago, was drafted originally by the Cardinals in '84. Townsell banged up on the play with 28 seconds showing on the clock, 3rd quarter. Chris Hale, number 26. Keep your eye on him from the right-hand side. Mueller, 39, kind of trips him up, and
yeah, the helmet to the head, there should have been a spurring penalty for that, no question about it. That helmet makes contact with the head down. There's only one thought in mind, that's to cause injury. But as far as Mr. Hess is concerned, owner of the Jets, he's one of the most respected men in sports, certainly in the National Football League. And he's been patient with Walton and his staff and the organization. But he's a man of his word, and he honestly deserves a chance to win.
Well, let's say they've had the committee system, a 4-man committee making most of the important choices, Walton being one of the members of that committee, and now with Dick Steinberg taking over as general manager, they'll have one man making those key executive decisions about the running of the franchise, the drafting of players, that sort of thing. Leon Seals makes the tackle there as Eason now a bystander, and the final seconds run out here in the 3rd period.
Dick, I'm still waiting to see one of these committee-type organizations win. I really am. I've yet to find one. Certainly the Raiders aren't, and certainly Don Shula's teams weren't, or Lombardi's teams weren't. This committee idea just diffuses everything where people are going to turn on each other when anything goes wrong.
Slingin' Sammy Baugh has the best winning percentage in Jets history. We'll get back to that when we return.
The ultimate driving machine. What a luxury car should be. Engineered like no other car in the world. A car you can believe in. These days, it seems that every luxury automaker has some sort of impressive slogan. But there's one claim that makes all the others seem insignificant. A claim that no automaker but Acura is entitled to make. Number 1 in customer satisfaction, 3 years in a row.
Imagine
imagine a world beneath the sea with an enchanted McDonald's of pure fantasy, where the Little Mermaid's friend Sebastian and Flounder the fish come to life to grant your holiday wish.
Buy a $5 book of McDonald's gift certificates and get a free plush ornament, either Flounder
That's me.
or Sebastian.
I always knew I'd be famous.
From the all-new Disney animated feature, The Little Mermaid, now in theaters everywhere.
So come to McDonald's, hurry along, like a true fantasy. It's here then, score. Your holiday place, McDonald's.
Today's Duracell battery keeps punching into the final round because it lasts up to 30% longer than the one from a few years back. Duracell. You can't top the copper top.
In 1859, Isaac Cook created a Great American champagne to launch the Great American Clipper ships. Today, people are still launching celebrations with Cook's Imperial American Champagne.
The Raiders are on the move, into the playoffs or out of L.A. Raider boss Al Davis talks exclusively with Bob Costas, Sunday on NFL Live.
When the American Football League began in 1960, the Titans were the New York team. Harry Wismer, famed sportscaster, was the owner. That explaining the Titans to the Titanic. They played in the Polo Grounds. Their colors were blue and gold. Kyle Mackey, his first throw is complete. And down goes Philip Epps with a first down across the 30-yard line. And the coach hired by Wismer was the Hall of Fame former quarterback of the Washington Redskins, Sammy Baugh. And Baugh went 7-7 the first year and 7-7 the next, 14-14, and that still is the best record of any of the 9 Jets coaches. And there are the other percentages. Lou Holtz lasted just 1 year here.
Well, there are distractions in the big city, so to speak. Players can be distracted by all the activities surrounding a professional team and all popularity and visibility, and that's one of the problems.
Mackey incomplete. Well covered by Dwight Train, and Keith Newbert thought he had been interfered, but no penalty. Well, not all of the banners here today are negative, and some of the fans remember the good times with Joe Walton, 83, 86, the 2 good Jets years. Remember, they were 30 minutes from Pasadena in 83. They were 0-0 at Miami on that muddy field, and that was that A.J. Dewey game when he had 3 interceptions, 1 for a touchdown, and Miami won 14-0 during the trip to Pasadena, where they would eventually lose to the Redskins. Bennett having a field day. Boy, what a difference getting him back should make to the Bills. The spirits of this team lifted by a great player, just like adding a great hitter to a lineup that already is loaded with power, just makes everyone better.
Well, he came right by Roger Vick that time, the fullback, who was a good blocker. But the problem with it is you've got a quarterback that's absolutely new to this offense, holding the ball far too long. You've got someone like Bennett chasing him, so the odds of getting a pass off are slimmer by the minute out here.
3rd down 21. Just underway in the 4th quarter. And Buffalo celebrating return to the playoffs as AFC Eastern champion, leading 30-0. Mackey winds up and hits Toon downfield, and he twists to a first down at the 45-yard line. Well, there's a man who certainly in defeat has shown that he plays hard. Al Toon, he's found a way to be open now for how many catches today? That's his 4th. Levy fighting for every down. He wants to get this thing over with. Well, I think that could be you. You could be on the sidelines again. You could have that head coaching feeling and emotion.
Just a wonderful feeling to have.
Come on, you must miss it some. You'd miss it some, huh?
Oh, I envy these young guys like Bruce Coslet or Mike Holmgren that will be head coaches in the NFL. I envy them getting started on a career, but I sort of half assume that after 10 years they too will look to step away and take great pride in it. I have great empathy for Joe Walton. Anyone that's been in coaching at any level in any sport can understand the frustration and anguish that goes through the mind and the body in these situations.
tiptoes out of bounds at the 45-yard line.
You know, you really need a strong man, I believe, Dick, in these major cities to run and to coach a football team, to develop the disciplines and the philosophy necessary to hold off all the forces that work on the athlete. In Los Angeles or New York, these kinds of cities, the player can be so easily distracted and not remind himself the reason he's so important is because of the team he represents and the franchise.
Well, it's not just when you're doing well because you get all the attention. As Mackey goes back to throw, gets away from Bennett for a moment, and now throws incomplete to Philip Epps, the former Packer. But it's the low moments, and I don't think I've ever heard more players on one team than yesterday saying, we're talking about the Jets, how many don't read the newspapers. They say, we just don't read the papers in here because we don't want to hear of all the negativism.
Right, they just have to turn it all off. And here's a look at Bennett using a good technique in pass rush, getting by Newbert. Now he's going to run full speed to catch a quarterback, and he's just most likely worn out. He's only practiced this 1 week. But this is good for him from the standpoint of being able to play now rather than wait another 2 weeks.
Mackey throws downfield for Toon, and the wind blowing that one away. Toon was open for a moment. Nate Odoms, who practiced daily against Toon at the University of Wisconsin, where Toon and Odoms were ex-Badger, former Badgers, and friends. Al said that in the NFL, since they meet twice a year, that's about even so far, but I believe he was modest. He gets his share against everybody.
Sure does. Well, you have to also feel for the coaching staff, as an example of the Jets, with families that are totally dependent on their head coach's job. They, in turn, also will be looking for employment. They're often the least considered people in these kind of scenarios. When they're gone, they have children in school, they must look for a new job, and it's really tough on a family to have this doubt. Halfway through this year, I'm sure many of them thought, well, let's start looking, not knowing where they'll be the next year. It's almost a nomad existence.
So while the head coach has a guaranteed contract for 2 more years, that isn't the case with the assistants?
Well, it could be for Mr. Hess and the Jets. I believe he added a year to these people's contracts for the next season. But often people are out of work and with no resource.
Mickey Sutton with a fair catch at the 15-yard line with 11 minutes and 38 seconds left in this game at the Meadowlands. It's the Bills in front by 30.
NBC's Christmas night gift to you, the award-winning movie for the whole family, The Sound of Music, Monday.
Season's greetings from North Star Bank.
Hi, Paul McGuire here for the new Talking Phone Book. Whenever I'm in town, I always find myself using this book. It's easy to use, has zip code listings, coupons, a great feature section, and complete yellow pages. I especially enjoy the talking sports information. How do you think I stay up on the latest sport happenings? Remember, you can pick up extra copies at any local Phase drugstore. They're completely free. When your fingers do the walking, use the book that does the talking, the new Talking Phone Book.
Introducing Buffalo Bills punter John Kidd for your good neighbor Chevrolet Geo dealer.
When I signed with the Bills, the first thing I asked was, does it really snow that much in Buffalo? Everybody said, nah, maybe just a flake or two now and then. So, of course, the first thing I did when I hit town was see a good neighbor Chevy dealer about a 4x4 Blazer. It's a great truck. In fact, if I never saw another snowflake, I'd still drive it.
Chevy S Blazer now with up to $1,250 cash back at your good neighbor dealer. Don't miss the Byron Allen Show, Sundays at midnight, only on Channel 2.
In case you're just joining us, here's how the scoring developed. Norwood with a short field goal after the Jets had a field goal that would have tied it block. Kennebrew capped off a long drive, 10-0 at the half for Buffalo. Then the play that broke it open, Kelly to Lofton, 25 yards, and Buffalo on its way. Harmon a touchdown catch, and Thomas a run, and it's 30-0. Jim Kelly missing his man. The handoff wasn't there, and he sits down at the 15-yard line. A reminder to our viewers, we will be selecting the Budweiser Most Valuable Player, and we'll announce that at the conclusion of today's game. And stay with us for NFL Live. They'll see just what impact the Buffalo win has on Miami and Indianapolis and the others that are out there seemingly almost all with a playoff chance. And whom does this hurt most of all?
I'd assume this is Kelly's last series.
Kennebrew and Brown created the fumble, so no Jets turnover.
I'd assume this would be his last series. Speaking with Marv Levy last night, we asked at what point would he substitute, and he wouldn't listen to any of that because he was so anxious to win a game. But at this point, substituting would be wise, not only to protect Kelly, but to get ready to play the backup quarterback who's had a good career himself playing during that injury span for Kelly, and to get him just a little experience because anything can happen in the playoffs.
I don't think Reich in this weather is going to volunteer, though.
No, I think he's...
There's a short snap to Ron Harmon, and it works. 40. And finally out of bounds at the 43-yard line. First down, Buffalo.
A cute play, a direct snap to Harmon out of the shotgun, and everyone on the Jet team was running forward looking at Kelly, and he was able to split them and get some yardage out of it. You can see him just take that direct snap, and it was a trap play, and now he's just off and running down the field. Boy, do the stats get padded in a game like this.
Well, they're giving a chance to the other running backs, Thurman Thomas and Larry Kennebrew out, and they're using Harmon and Kenneth Davis. Harmon from Iowa, Kenneth Davis, fourth-year man from TCU. Now Kennebrew back in. And it figures that Kelly and the Bills will just stay on the ground. No need to throw the ball now. 30-0. Let's get rid of the time. Go home. Celebrate. Kennebrew. Down to the Jets' 45-yard line. Well, we started today by saying that Jim Kelly, like the girl with the curl in the middle of her forehead, when he's good, he's very, very good. And that's how the Bills go. When he's on his game, the Bills are as tough as anyone. But when he's off, they're just very ordinary.
Oh, he's a real talent, and he's a heck of a guy, a competitor, tough guy. He's got a personality in a sense like the Dan Fouts, who can really project strongly to his teammates and to the public. He has some flaws in certain things he does, and those culminate finally in interceptions. And that can be cleared up, no question about it. I'm not sure it can be cleared up this year. It certainly can be cleared up.
Kennebrew again on first down, and he plows for 5, and that'll give Buffalo 196 yards rushing today. And reflective, really, of Joe Walton's 4-12 season, as it will be, is this game 30-0, and Buffalo may get more. And it's an unkind time for the 54-year-old coach of the Jets.
Well, one thing that will come up later will be this game, and many of these Jet players, whoever replaces Joe Walton, will take this tape and use it in a way of evaluating the present Jet team. And if there are guys caving in and letting down right now, it will show up, and it could cost jobs or futures.
Here's Kenneth Davis, his first carry. Oh, he's got fresh legs, doesn't he? First down at the Jets' 32-yard line. James Hasty made the tackle.
Well, this is a good demonstration in football without the necessary intensity. There isn't any question that state of mind and intensity and attitude is so much to do with it, and then it can permeate throughout an entire team. There's Dick Steinberg taking a look. He's got a pen in his hand.
Yeah, that could be.
He might be crossing off some names right there.
From the New England Patriots, Steinberg
signed this week to a multi-year contract to be the Jets general manager. They really haven't had someone like that since Weave Eubank left, have they?
It just takes a football man to know all the nuances in developing personnel and garnering personnel, in dealing with the sports agent, the aging player, the younger player, all those kinds of things. It takes expertise. It's just not done because you're bright or you're smart or you want to do it.
Eubank, the coach of that miracle team led by Joe Namath that beat the Colts and really was so forceful in the merger of the American and National Football Leagues. We've also had maybe his best years at Baltimore as coach of the Colts. Cornelius Bennett, and the Bills will be able to go home with the broadest of smiles. Jamie Mueller, who carried the last time, is now teaming with Davis, and it's Kenneth Davis struggling forward to the 22-yard line and close to another first down. Benson and McMillan made the tackle.
That one of the as I pointed out, probably too succinctly early, the demonstration part of it has always bothered me about the Buffalo team. They look more businesslike today than ever. If they can take a businesslike approach rather than a highly visible approach, they'll be better. They've depended so heavily on winning at home and agitating and their crowd by their gestures and their demonstrative things, that when they get on the road, they don't have that support, and it's hurt them. They've got to survive by themselves.
Kennebrew on 3rd and a yard is inside the 20, and that'll be another first down as the Bills throughout this fourth quarter staying strictly on the ground, and that clock now under 5 minutes. Well, as you were pointing out to Jim Kelly after the loss in San Francisco last week, the beauty of this season, although they were in the midst of a 3-game losing streak and 5 straight losses on the road, that they win today against the Jets, which they have done, and you're in the playoffs. I mean, it's a new year.
Just wipe the slate clean, and away you go. 2 weeks to prepare. It's like a 3-game season, and away they go. Because all those mistakes, all those frustrations are now going to be behind them.
Davis ad-libbing his way. And all but 2-3 Jets finally got in on the tackle.
Another major factor here, Dick, is everybody's got to keep playing hard throughout the remainder of this game. You don't want the injuries. One person standing still and somebody else running into them. So it's critical now that they play hard right to the end of the contest.
Injured Jet on the play. Buffalo Bills and their fans behind the Bills bench cheering a 30-0 lead.
The people who bring you Budweiser wish you and yours a safe and happy holiday season. And please remember, know when to say when.
You hear the thunder, the call of the road. No time to wonder, you gotta go.
It's a driving experience like no other. Pontiac Grand Prix.
Get on your Pontiac and ride, Pontiac ride.
Once you experience the 1990 Grand Prix, your approach to driving will never be the same.
We feel excitement.
Now get 4.8% financing on every new Grand Prix during Pontiac's All-Out Excitement Closeout.
Today, more people than ever are getting a kick out of this hot shot. Interstate batteries hit the road fast with all the cranking power and reserve energy you need for even the worst curves in the weather. And Interstate has twice as many dealers than any other battery company in America, so you're never left stranded. For an Interstate battery dealer near you,
All you've got to do is call 1-800-CRANK-IT. Get the battle that goes on and on and on, yeah.
It's 11:35, and Roseanne Horn is learning all about her antifreeze. The hard way. Don't push your luck. Guarantee it. With Advanced Formula Prestone.
Come on, answer.
NBC Sports coverage of the National Football League is brought to you by Pontiac and your local Pontiac dealer. We build excitement. By the good time, great taste of your holiday place, McDonald's. And by Budweiser, the king of beers. Remember, know when to say when.
3:48 remaining here at the Meadowlands, and the Buffalo Bills with a 30-0 lead, and Frank Reich has come in at quarterback for Jim Kelly with the ball at the Jets' 19-yard line, 2nd and 10. Kenneth Davis caught by Kyle Clifton after a gain of a couple, and when Jim Kelly came off the field just moments ago, his little set of the high fives in this cold weather go down the line, and the football version of a bus.
Well, there should be no real celebration, I don't think, on the part of the Bills. It'd just be a sober, tough approach the next 2 weeks, and they were fortunate to get out of it with a division title, and now they can recapture their. Number 39 is ejected from the game.
Jamie Mueller has been dismissed from the game. I believe there was more than just one, that George Radichowski of the Jets also might have been ejected. Little extracurricular after the play.
Jamie's sort of a tough-looking guy, isn't he?
Sort of. Wow.
Benedictine College. I remember watching him work out. He really surprised people with these combine workouts because his numbers, speed-wise and strength-wise, were better than virtually everybody else in the draft at his position.
Yeah, he ran a 4.46 and could bench press 450-plus pounds. Well, Frank Reich, who is a key to this Buffalo '89 season. When Kelly was injured against Indianapolis, the next 3 games, it was Reich, and he led them to 3 straight wins over the Rams, the Jets, and Miami. Breaking tackles is Kenneth Davis for a touchdown.
Well, it was bound to end up this way. It rarely goes the other way when the coach is finishing up his tenure with a team and in a sense is out. Everything just can tend to collapse. Not much you can do about it.
Oh, it's torture. That's got to be torture for that man, Walton.
He's looking at that clock and he's saying, please, go, 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 thinking of his family and those people that really care for him. Wants to be around them.
He's got a son that he'll be following and rooting that apparently is an outstanding collegiate prospect, finishing as a high school quarterback. Tiger Walton, named after his grandfather, Joe's dad, Tiger, who was an NFL player and coach. Norwood makes it 37-0. Kenneth Davis running as if he was in a different league. Look at the speed, quickness of foot, running through tackles. 17 yards, his first rushing touchdown of this year, and it's Buffalo big.
It's big. It's now. It's Pontiac's all-out excitement closeout. Now with our longest-term 4.8% finance rate ever on Grand Prix. That's right. Now every new Grand Prix is available with long-term 4.8% financing. Or get your share of millions in cash back on Grand Prix and almost every other new 1990 Pontiac in stock. But hurry, your Pontiac dealer is closing out the year with big cash back or 4.8% financing on Grand Prix. It won't last long. See your Pontiac excitement dealer now.
Crazy about home projects to buy a Black & Decker cordless screwdriver or cordless screwdriver plus. You just have to have a screw loose.
Put a luggage cart and a suitcase, and what do you get? Samsonite's piggyback. It's particularly handy on long trips like the one from your car to the ticket counter.
Whoa! LT. The silver and black attack. And the big blue wrecking crew. The Raiders battle the Giants. Sunday.
Combination of the cold weather, a bad team, and the holiday season, and 55,000 plus stayed home. 21,148 braved the elements.
I think there are a few Buffalo fans remaining.
They're huddled behind the Bills bench on the near sidelines as the kickoff by Norwood comes down to Philip Epps. And Epps across the 25 and out of bounds to the 28-yard line. The flag is down on the plate. With the holiday season approaching, and this will be last time we get a chance to chat with you until the Orange Bowl in Miami, I'm reminded of a story when I was a bit younger of the girl who came in to her teacher and said the teacher knew that the family had been evicted from their place of residence, and the teacher said to the little girl, "I'm sorry that you've lost your home." And the little girl said, "No, teacher, we haven't lost our home. We're just looking for a house to put it in." And so we hope that all of you, your home is a happy and warm one and full of joy on this Christmas and holiday season from all of us at NBC Sports. The home has been a cold one, at least on this afternoon for the Jets. Roger Vick out to the 26-yard line, but time does heal. This will be long forgotten by the time the 1990 season comes around. Dan Alexander, the veteran for the Jets, finishing his career, and a great one it's been. 191 games he's played in that Jets uniform out of LSU, fourth on the longevity list. Alexander will go back to outside of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, to Clackamine, where he'll run Nick's Bar and Restaurant and tell a lot of good stories about his days in the NFL. But as he told us yesterday, he misses the fact that there's Cajun, his nickname, as a teammate Jim Sweeney, in respect to Alexander in his last game. He told us yesterday that he'll miss not football, but he'll miss the friendships he's made in the game, and he missed not playing in the big one, as he referred to it, not getting to the Super Bowl.
Well, he came close. He's had a great career.
He'll be able to talk with a dad that still is quite remarkable as an athlete. Mackey underneath to Toon, and down he goes. Hang on, we got 1:58 seconds to go. Timeout.
Another Pontiac First is ready for delivery. The first four-door version of Grand Prix style and performance. The new Grand Prix Sports Sedan. You've got to drive it. Get on your Pontiac and ride. The exciting new four-door Grand Prix. You've got to check it out. Rebuild excitement. Now get 4.8% financing on every new Grand Prix during Pontiac's All-Out Excitement Closeout.
This December, things are really heating up. Heating up at every GM division. Each dealer is out to make December hotter than ever before. Hot deals like 4.8% APR GMAC financing for 48 months, or big cash back on Pontiac's performance legend, the all-new Grand Prix Sedan and Coupe. Yes, this December is incredibly hot at every GM division. It's GM's Hot December. Come feel the heat.
Are you the one to put these away? Yeah, you're the way.
Look at the angel of light.
This is it. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
When you gather around for the holidays, there's no better beer to have around than Michelob. Look for our tree at your store. and have a happy holiday.
Well, those fans have just heard the news that Bill Walsh will not take the Jets job. You definitely are not available. Now, who's your pick now? Who's your pick in the AFC?
My pick in the AFC, well, it's going to have to be Denver. I'm sure of that. This Buffalo team's strong. Houston can make things happen, but really Denver is a team that has it all together. They have the continuity these other teams don't have.
And, of course, they'll have the home field advantage, which is a major factor.
And they're tough up there.
Kyle Mackey, downfield and incomplete to Hector. Matt Munger, former Jet, number 57 on the coverage.
Now, Marv Levy indicated they're going down to Vero Beach, Florida to practice if they win the division, and that makes sense.
Or Albuquerque said, if you think, I mean, it'll depend on whom they play 2 weeks from now, but if it's Denver, then they thought they might go to Albuquerque because of the elevation and similar climate to Mile High Stadium. 3rd down and 2. Mackey, incomplete. Intended for A.B. Brown, the rookie from West Virginia. This telecast, presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the New York Jets and the National Football League is prohibited. The game is the property of the National Football League, Buffalo Bills, and New York Jets, all rights reserved. So on 4th down and 2, Joe Prokop to punt to Mickey Sutton.
You know, these playoffs, Dick, so much is dependent on how you orchestrate the practices those 2 weeks prior to the game. How you prepare for, obviously, your next opponent, but how you practice and those kinds of things you can clean up on in practice that you really can't do during the regular season. Those 2 weeks, you can, your 2-minute offense, your goal line defense, things that you can't address during the season as much as you'd like, you can really solidify during these 2 weeks. And the coaches that have had experience at it have a real advantage.
Boy, it's not cold on that Buffalo sidelines. The warmth of victory. Cornelius Bennett, Darryl Talley, and the gang. Well, thanks to the men who have worked under very tough conditions today. And Joe Costanza, he'll be back tomorrow. He's enjoyed it so much to be along with the gang for the Raiders and the Giants. Steve Bazika, Frank Sirkowski, Jim McLaughlin, Ron Zipkowski, Barry Seymour, Jeff Simon, Doug Graybert. Boy, those guys that have fought off the weather and participated to bring you this telecast, and especially while we have some shelter, the guys that are out on the camera crew are totally exposed to this sub-freezing weather and below 0 in the wind chill for their work, and don't envy some of them who will be back tomorrow focusing their lens so that you might enjoy the Raiders and the Giants. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, fellas. The executive producer of NBC Sports is Terry O'Neill, coordinating producer, NBC's coverage, Ted Nathanson. Today's telecast produced by John Ferratzis, directed by John Gonzalez. NFL Live produced by David Neal. NFL Live directed by Bucky Gunts. NFL Live news producer Ricky Diamond. Technical directors Marilyn Altman and Richard Sansevier. And take a look at some of your other friends there. They make these telecast possible as we look ahead to tomorrow's lineup of games, and terrific ones they are, with so much importance, with the playoffs on the line. And don't forget our New Year's triple header here on NBC Sports. Bill and I will have the pleasure of calling Colorado and Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl. That'll wrap up our Big Three on January 1st. Final seconds ticking away, 17 seconds left. That's right, 3 more games, and you are in the Super Bowl, Darryl Talley.
Oh, he's a major factor in this whole thing. He's been quietly there every game.
So the season is over for the Jets and the Bills. Joe Walton's New York team 4-12, and Buffalo 9-7. The champions of the AFC East. in his perhaps final game. It seems so definite. His team scores him not a single point.
Well, Buffalo's reversed themselves. Good solid win over an almost inept opponent, but still a win that gives them a title.
37-0, Buffalo. Congratulations, the AFC Eastern champions. Stay tuned for NFL Live.
Holiday greetings from Budweiser. The people who bring you Budweiser wish you and yours the very best of everything this holiday season.
Performance. For some people is a way of life. For them, there's Speed Stick Antiperspirant. Nothing glides on drier. Nothing protects you against wetness and odor in a bigger way. Speed Stick, the wide stick.
By men. Many men have sensitive skin that's irritated by shaving. Aftershave Skin Conditioner is clinically proven to soothe and relieve razor-straight skin. Sensible care for sensitive skin. After.
By men.
The best relief from this hectic season is a jingle away. Ring in the holiday in 30 minutes or less. Domino's Pizza. Nobody delivers better.
Maybe you can't avoid winter, but you can sail right through it in the Caribbean, Florida, or Hawaii. Let American Airlines take you where?
There's something special in the air.
So the Bills struggling early, led only 3-0 going into the second quarter, then a blocked field goal as the Jets tried to tie, and from that point on, all Buffalo 37-0, and time now for the Most Valuable Player Award, sponsored by Budweiser. Today's MVP, Andre Reed, 6 more catches, his record-setting season, 88 receptions this year for Buffalo. Budweiser will make a contribution to the United Way on behalf of all the MVPs selected over this final regular season weekend. I guess we pretty well had a lot of time to say it all today. Buffalo, as expected, have won the AFC East. Is it a team good enough to really challenge for the Super Bowl?
Not unless a lot of good things happen, a lot of concentration in the next 2 weeks, but they certainly have the talent to do it. They had the talent coming into the year. A number of people thought they were a Super Bowl team. It still could happen.
And Jim Kelly, certainly he got his act together today, and it's a 37-0 Buffalo Bills win. Coming up next, stay tuned for the Budweiser NFL Report with Bob Costas, O.J. Simpson and company. For Bill Walsh, this is Dick Enberg at the Meadowlands Giants Stadium. Be with us tomorrow for a big lineup of games in the NFL. Today it was Buffalo 37, the Jets nothing.
Flashback to the 80s, Wednesday on NBC.
Ford and your Ford dealer have some great holiday news. Now get low 4.8% financing for terms up to 48 months or a $600 cash bonus on America's design leader Ford Taurus, sedans, wagons, and the high-performance Taurus SHO. The news is you can get one low finance rate of 4.8% for terms up to 48 months or a $600 cash bonus from Ford. Don't wait. It's a limited time offer. See your Ford dealer today.
Hey, who's wearing a cheap cologne?
Smooth, cold-aged Genesee. It's not just a beer, it's a Jenny.
Wishing you and your family a happy Hanukkah from all of us at Channel 2.
Donate a new toy and make our Christmas wish come true for kids' sake.
The Budweiser NFL Report is sponsored by Budweiser. Beechwood aged for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you.
The Buffalo Bills regrouped. They captured the AFC East title, a goal, O.J., that had been elusive during the past few weeks as we welcome you back to our NFL Live studios in New York. Now, the first of 3 games on the NFL slate is a final with a 37-0 victory for the Bills over the Jets. The Redskins and Seahawks will be kicking off at about 4:02 Eastern Time, to be very precise, so we invite you to stay with us until then. We'll bring you a comprehensive rundown of the various playoff possibilities, which should be mind-boggling. Buffalo's win, we know for sure, has now eliminated Seattle, so their game against the Redskins, who are also out, is meaningless in terms of the playoffs. Miami coach Don Shula will join us live from Miami in just a few moments, and the insiders will look ahead to the postseason. So, Juice, your former team had lost 3 straight, and it was sort of reminiscent of last year when they clinched at home against the Jets in Week 12, then stumbled through the rest of the regular season, losing 3 out of 4, and they beat Houston the first round of the playoffs before losing the AFC title game in Cincinnati. The fear was that they'd go into the playoffs hobbling again, so this was an important tonic for them to win 37-0 and to gain the bye.
Well, the best news for the Buffalo Bills is that whatever's happened up to now is history. It doesn't matter. They got a whole new season to play, and that's the playoffs. They have 2 weeks to get ready. They got a couple of people like Sean Conlon and Cornelius Bennett who've come back from injuries. I think defensively they're a strong football team. If they're going to do anything, if they're going to make it through the playoffs, possibly make it to the Super Bowl, they got to get more consistent play from their quarterback, Jim Kelly. Now, Kelly has all-pro ability, but he hasn't played up to that ability in recent weeks. Here we see a long pass. He had a receiver, Andre Reed, open. The ball was underthrown. Should have been intercepted. You won't get away with passes like that against Denver or possibly Cleveland, or even if they have to play Houston, teams with fine defenses. The Jets had nothing going today. They were going nowhere. Maybe they weren't as focused as they should be. Another pass behind the receiver that should have been intercepted. That could have been 2. Here's one, as Bill Walsh pointed out. He is, for the most part, he is telegraphing where he's going with footballs, and teams are jumping on some of his passes. Kelly is a talented individual. If the Bills are going to make it to the Super Bowl, he's going to have to get more on his game. I think the rest of the team is pretty solid right now.
You know, regardless of whether you think Joe Walton should be retained or not, you have to feel badly for him. He has twisted in the wind, really been pilloried in the press, and some of it may have been deserved, some of the criticisms may have been valid, but this has been drawn out for a long time. Joe must go on the back page headlines of the New York Post and the New York Daily News here, so he's listened to it for a long time, and then this really an embarrassing defeat, 37-0. And whether it actually happened this way or not, who can read what's in people's minds or hearts? A lot of people will say, look, he was a lame duck, and his players decided to lie down on him today.
Well, it's a football team that had their problems. I mean, they went into the game, they really were playing for nothing. It's hard to get a team motivated. And let's face the facts, the Buffalo Bills are a good football team. They went out, they were motivated, they played a good football game. I think we don't have to worry about Walton. He'll have a job next year. He'll be somewhere. The man knows too much about football. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in Cleveland, and I just wish him and his family well.
And Cleveland possibly as an assistant to Bud Carson, offensive assistant. Carson wants his defensive coordinator with the Jets. Now, with Buffalo's win today, the Colts and Dolphins both have to hope to qualify as wild cards. They have no shot at the AFC East title any longer. Miami coach Don Shula joins us live now from his home in Florida. And, Coach, I would say that the single biggest play in the entire league pertaining to any team or any race all season long turns out to be the last play as time expired in your opener at Joe Robbie Stadium against Buffalo. If Jim Kelly doesn't get into the end zone, that's a 2-game swing, and you're in a whole different frame of mind as we talk right now.
We had a 11-point lead in that ball game with 4.5 minutes to go, and then to see it wilt away, and then on the final play of the ball game, Kelly gets in for the touchdown, and we'd love to have that one back, but unfortunately, you can't change the score.
You played them twice. You see them every year being in the same division. How good is Buffalo? Because they're a mystery team. At the beginning of the year, they're 6-2. They clobbered the Jets today, but in between, 2-5.
Well, here's what you have to think about. They had a healthy Cornelius Bennett out there today. He had been missing for the past 5 weeks. When they got Cornelius on one side, Bruce Smith on the other side, they can put a lot of pressure on the quarterback. Jim Kelly has struggled. He's had his problems. But the other thing that you got to remember is Jim Kelly took them to the AFC Championship game last year. And a Jim Kelly that's playing well is a pretty good quarterback. He's had a few problems with interceptions, but I think that this team is capable of putting it back together.
Now, you know this, Don, but for the benefit of our viewers, in order for your team to get a wild card, you got to beat the Chiefs tomorrow, and then hope the Colts lose to the Saints, the Browns lose tonight to Houston, and Pittsburgh loses tomorrow to Tampa Bay. A lot of pieces of the puzzle have to fall into place.
Yeah, we have to have a lot of luck. We got to do the job ourselves. There's no question about that. We felt 3 weeks ago that we had to win all three, and then we beat New England on Sunday night, lost last week, a disappointing loss to the Colts, and we thought we were headed in the right direction, but played poorly last week. So we hope we can end up with a good one and get the help that we need.
The Chiefs played a terrific game against you earlier this year in Kansas City. They dominated the game at Arrowhead. What do you have to do differently this time around if you hope to win at home?
Well, they're an excellent team with Okoye on the ball control, and that hurts us because teams keep it away from our offense. And defensively, Schottenheimer has done a good job with that defense. They've got Neil Smith on one side. They got Derek Thomas on the other side, very similar to Buffalo. They put a lot of pressure on your quarterback all the time, and they've got some corners that do a heck of a job of coverage. So we've got to be able to run with the ball some, and we got to be able to score. We scored against them in the second half of the ball game up there, but it was too little too late.
The Chiefs are in the same situation, basically, as your team is. They have to beat you tomorrow and then hope that 3 or 4 other wild-card contenders lose, so their chances are also slim. What's your assessment of your team right now as it tries to build back toward consistent playoff contenders status, whether or not you make the playoffs this year? How much progress have you made in '89?
Well, we went into the season feeling that we had to improve our defense. There have been times where we feel that our defense has improved. Other times we're disappointed because other teams can control the football on us. Offensively, we went into the year with the hope of improving our running game. There have been signs with Sammy Smith that we're going to be a better team running with the football. But overall, the consistency of being able to run with it hasn't been there. So we, at times, have put it together. Other times, we're just searching and trying to develop more.
How about Marino, Coach? He's still very good, but he's been off the tremendous standard that he set for himself in his first few years. He leads the AFC this year in interceptions. His touchdown passes are down, and so is his completion ratio. What's his problem been, if that's the right way and the fair way to put it, a problem?
I would say that in the last 5 to 6 weeks that Dan Marino has had assorted injuries. He's had ribs, he's had a shoulder, he's had an elbow problem. He still has an elbow problem. He's missed practice time every week. There are weeks where he didn't practice and played the game. This week he's practiced 2 days throwing the football, and I think that has hurt him some. Early in the year, we had some interception problems, and there was just some bad decisions, some drop balls, some tip balls. And we weren't able to put it together early in the year when we had to. 2 weeks ago, against New England on Sunday night, we felt that everything was headed back. Marino was hot. Our running game was starting to show that it would contribute, and our defense did an excellent job against them. But that hasn't been the case consistently all year long.
Don, as always, we thank you. Good luck tomorrow against the Chiefs, and Merry Christmas to you, Dorothy, and the whole family.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, coming up, when we come back, we take a look at all the playoff possibilities. We got to take stock before we can do that. We'll take you through the AFC and the NFC when NFL Live continues.
Holiday greetings from Budweiser. The people who bring you Budweiser wish you and yours the very best of everything this holiday season.
Performance, for some people, is a way of life. For them, there's Speed Stick Antiperspirant. Nothing glides on drier. Nothing protects you against wetness and odor in a bigger way. Speed Stick, the wide stick.
5 minutes. Many men have sensitive skin that's irritated by shaving. Aftershave Skin Conditioner is clinically proven to soothe and relieve razor-scraped skin. Sensible care for sensitive skin. After.
5 minutes.
The crowd of just over 21,000 today for the regular season finale for the Jets is the smallest Jet home crowd for a non-strike game since December of 1963, when they were still playing at the Polo Grounds before Shea Stadium opened, and the nearly 56,000 no-shows today thought to be an NFL record. Still, however, among those to be counted out at the Meadowlands, Fred Smirlis, who is standing by and shivering, I assume. Fred, Bob Costas with O.J. Simpson. We've been talking about the state of the Bills. You close in impressive fashion, but it's no secret that there's been a very difficult stretch the last 5 or 6 weeks. what's your assessment of your ball club now as they head into the playoffs?
I'm getting a little hot. This light's really hot out here. Hey, when you're in, you're in. You know, we lost a lot of close games. We had a lot of turnovers last week. We came out in the second half at 5 turnovers. Today we limited the turnovers, and we were more productive. You can't start fumbling the ball and throwing it away and expect to win against any type of quality team. And I think that was the biggest reason we lost a lot of those games. A lot of them were close coming down the fourth quarter, and we lost them. So as long as we hold on the ball and the defense plays consistently, we should be all right.
Well, your defense, this is O.J. Fred, your defense is strong.
How are you, O.J.?
If I'm doing fine. I'm a little happy for the Bills winning this game.
I'm like an icicle here.
Yeah. Who would you like to see in the playoffs at this point? You have no choice. You wait till tomorrow to see who you're going to have to play. Is there a team you don't want to see? I noticed you lost to Denver in Buffalo this year.
Actually, I'd like to play Denver. I thought that we played our poorest game against Denver. We came out flat and didn't play very well. The other games, we were in them, but we gave them away. Denver, I'd like to play. It'd be a big challenge, but I'd like to go up and play Denver in Denver. It'd be a heck of a challenge.
All right, Fred, congratulations on a second straight title in the AFC East. Now run inside to the locker room and get warm, okay?
Thanks, guys.
All right, Fred Smirlis. Now, O.J., pay attention here because this is complicated. A look at the NFL's record number of playoff possibilities remaining. Never before have this many teams still been alive in the final week of the season. Maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. Maybe it's parity is a good thing, maybe it's mediocrity. But in the AFC, only 2 teams have clinched. Denver, winners of the West, are guaranteed the home field throughout the conference playoffs as long as they stay alive. Buffalo, the champions of the East, will be on the road, likely versus the winner of the Central. That team will be determined tonight at the Astrodome when the Browns take on the Oilers. Houston, Cleveland, and the Colts are the only AFC teams that control their own destiny. Indianapolis clinches a wild card spot if they beat New Orleans tomorrow. Both the Browns and the Oilers are in trouble, but not eliminated if they should lose tonight. Now, that's not the case.
You can't keep pondering about the 6-1-7 loss. You know, we got other things to look for. We're still in first place, and we know we can win a division with just a win.
Well, this division's always been competitive, and I don't know what to say about this year. It's been crazy, but you know, this all we have is one game really, and that's the way we look at it right now.
This is a big game for us, but you know, over my 5-year career, we've been in quite a few of the games like this to get into the playoffs. The last 2 wins have been nice, but if we don't win this weekend, they don't mean a thing.
Right now, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. If we don't get in, then it's our fault. You know, we can't say, oh, so-and-so didn't beat them or didn't beat them. All we got to do is win, and we're in.
That's not the case for 5 other AFC teams. The Bengals, Chiefs, Dolphins, Raiders, and Steelers all need plenty of help in order to win. They've got to hope for the right combination of other results to make it to the playoffs. Many scenarios, but at least one coach likes the system.
I think that the system is great. I mean, what are 10, 11, 12 teams in AFC still alive in the thing? And, you know, somebody with great wisdom organized this thing because it keeps everybody excited and everybody involved. And that's the way it should be.
The first step is to come away with a win this weekend. You know, the rest of the stuff has to happen by itself. We have no control over that. But we do have control over this game coming up.
We have a very good chance of getting in the playoffs. I mean, all we have to do is win this week and then go home and pray and say, help us, Santa Claus. And if we can get help on Christmas Day, you know, things can work out for us.
Win this week, go home and pray. But the NFC is far simpler. The 49ers and Giants are in, with San Francisco in possession of the home field advantage. 3 teams control their own fate. The Eagles and Rams are assured of at least a wild card spot with victories, while the Vikings take the Central title if they beat Cincinnati on Monday night. The Packers need help from Cincinnati if they're to win the Central, and head coach Lindy Infante is hoping that his old friend Sam Weish comes through for him.
Certainly, if they wanted to call us, I'd be more than willing to talk. You don't have to run any hot pokers up underneath my fingernails or anything. I would give information freely. Don't have to threaten me.
We've had our opportunities to win the division and backed ourselves into the corner, so it's really a playoff game as far as we're concerned, because if we lose, we go home. So I think everybody's ready to play.
It really ticks you off because you think, you know, guys will get the damn message, you know, and go ahead and win the division, and we get our week off and prepare for the next team, man. But here we go again, having to rely on somebody else to beat the Giants, you know, and then having to win our last game. You know, put ourselves in the same predicament every year. It doesn't make any sense.
I think Raiders beat the Giants, and we win, and we go as the division champ.
So they could go as either a wild card or division champions. The Rams, just to clarify, as if that's possible at this point, it's so confusing, but the Rams can only be a wild card. Many possibilities, and it's difficult to predict who will advance to Super Bowl 24 in New Orleans. In an effort to sort that out, the insiders will look ahead to the postseason. That's when NFL Live continues after this.
She's all ours.
Going into business, got something to do. Gonna pay the time. Red, white, and blue. Coming through this ball.
Nice place. How about some customers?
Ladies' night.
Great place, guys. Who did your decorating?
I give 110%. So does Speed Stick deodorant. Has no alcohol to evaporate. Its protection lasts all day. 110% protection that glides on. That's your edge.
Speed Stick deodorant, the wide stick. Many men have sensitive skin that's irritated by shaving. Aftershave Skin Conditioner is clinically proven to soothe and relieve razor-scraped skin. Sensible care for sensitive skin. After.
By men.
All right, as the post-game show rolls on, we have half of our usual insiders duo here. Bobby Beathard is with us. Ralph Wiley skipped out early, and playing the role of Mr. Wiley, this segment will be his understudy, O.J. Simpson. Okay, Buffalo has clinched in the AFC East. They limp home, but they end the three-game losing streak today against the Jets, and so they earn a first-round bye. We know that much. We know a few other things for sure, but still there are a lot of uncertainties around the playoff picture. We're going to have to wait until about this time tomorrow before things begin to clear up in terms of matchups and first-round byes and home field advantages and whatnot. But still, at this point, let's have some thoughts about the playoffs just ahead.
I think in the AFC it's going to be Denver all the way. But the one team that I think can upset Denver is, was my dark horse pick last week, and that's the Houston Oilers. I don't like Glanville's antics or the players' antics on the field, but I think he's a good coach, and I think that Sam Weiss did him a favor. I think it hurt Cleveland because of that victory that Cincinnati had over Glanville. So I think they're humiliated. They'll come back, beat Cleveland tonight in the Astrodome, go on to Denver, and that's the one team I think that could upset Denver.
Why can the Oilers upset Denver, do you think? Why do they have a better shot than anybody else, assuming you agree with Bobby?
Well, one, I don't agree with Bobby. I don't think they're going to get a chance to play Denver because I think they're going to get beaten by Cleveland. They've beaten them 4 out of the last 5 times. Ray Childress, their fine defensive end, may not play. I think he's the heart and soul of that defense. I just think that Cleveland last week, they got a little offense. They got the defense to play against this Houston team, and I think they're going to win the football game. I agree that they're embarrassed by that defeat last week, so I think they're going to be a very focused team down at the House of Pain
Right,
this
now,
week.
they haven't lost, speaking of the Oilers, have not lost 2 consecutive games in 2 seasons, so they have that bounce-back capability. For the sake of argument, let's suppose that down the road, AFC Championship game, Houston is at Denver. What is it that Houston has that other AFC clubs don't that would give them a reasonable chance to win at Mile High Stadium?
I think Warren Moon is the key. They've had consistency at that position, and he's the big play guy. He's the one quarterback that can take them all the way, but I think Denver would win that game.
What AFC team, Denver obviously has had the best season, but in terms of matchups, what AFC team would have the best chance to pull an upset in the Super Bowl? Because we know that almost anybody who comes out of the NFC will be favored in the Super Bowl.
That's a tough one. I think it's either one of those 2 teams. Houston, when Houston's playing great, like they're capable of, they're unbeatable sometimes. But Denver has played much more consistently. So I think that Denver would be the one team that would go into the Super Bowl and have a chance. But I don't think many teams have a chance against San Francisco.
I think you got to, you look at Cincinnati again, if they can get that far. Cincinnati certainly has the talent. They have the linemen to do it, and they have a proven quarterback, fine wide receivers. And I not because I played in Buffalo, but I think Buffalo certainly has the personnel to do it. They have one problem, and they have to get Jim Kelly playing football up to his capabilities. He's an all-pro caliber quarterback who's not been playing to that level, but they got a healthy Cornelius Bennett. a healthy Sean Conlon. This team has got the players to play against anyone.
In 10 seconds, Bobby, who can derail San Francisco? We know the 49ers are odds on.
I don't think anybody can.
Nobody in the NFC?
No, I
Eagles,
don't think,
Giants?
I don't think so. I don't think that they can do that. I think the Eagles are too inconsistent. The Giants don't have as good a team as they had a few years ago. San Francisco has as good a team as it's ever had.
Got to put the wrap on it. We're back as the post-game show continues right after this.
It began as a game. It turned into a battle. And now, it's out of control. Bud Bowl 2, coming January 28th. This time, it's war.
Performance, for some people, is a way of life. For them, there's Speed Stick antiperspirant. Nothing glides on drier. Nothing protects you against wetness and odor in a bigger way. Speed Stick, the wide stick.
Many men have sensitive skin that's irritated by shaving. Aftershave Skin Conditioner is clinically proven to soothe and relieve razor-scraped skin. Sensible care for sensitive skin. After.
And that's going to just about do it for this edition of NFL Live. A reminder about tomorrow's NFL Live program at 12:30 Eastern Time. Raider boss Al Davis joins us live. He doesn't grant many interviews. He will be with us, however. OJ will talk with the Giants' Bill Parcells, and the Insiders, of course, will be here for their final regular season appearance of the year. Then it's a full slate of games on NBC, most of them having playoff implications. Take your pick, Juice, from that menu and a thought or two as we head out of here.
Well, that Raider-Giant game, you're looking at two very motivated football teams, two teams with a history in the last, second part of this 80s decade, motivated to win, playoffs on the line. That should be a great football game, and I'd like to see Marino, see what he's going to do since he didn't make the playoffs going against this Kansas City defense. That should be an interesting one.
You know, just a final thought as you take a look at the names of some of the people who helped to bring you NFL football here. Not to mention the people from the special effects department. Obviously, you knew about this.
No.
I swear this takes me by surprise.
Prepared, Dave. I'm from Buffalo. I mean, some of us are always prepared.
Yeah, this would be the executive producer, Terry O'Neill. David Neal would be the producer responsible for this outrage. These are the members of the crack staff here at NBC. Turn off the snow machine, for goodness sakes.
When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going out in the storm.
But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbye. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
We get desperate on these Saturday games. You know, every one has been a shutout. Last week, the Giants, right? They shut out Dallas on CBS. And the Broncos pasted the Cardinals over here 37-0. We get a 37-0 again today. These Saturday games have been brutal. But the special effects have been excellent.
Great, Bob. I got a couple of kids that don't want to come on and play snowman.
How I hate to go out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbye. But as long as you love me...
Well, it's difficult to maintain your dignity under these circumstances, ladies and gentlemen. OJ. No, this makes it worse. This is brutal.
American troops in Panama, the largest U.S. military maneuver since Vietnam, continues. Complete up-to-the-minute coverage throughout the day on NBC News.
Ford and your Ford dealer have some great holiday news. Now get low 4.8% financing for terms up to 48 months or a $600 cash bonus on America's design leader Ford Taurus, sedans, wagons, and the high-performance Taurus SHO. The news is you can get one low finance rate of 4.8% for terms up to 48 months or a $600 cash bonus from Ford. Don't wait. It's a limited time offer. See your Ford dealer today.
Hey, who's wearing a cheap cologne?
Smooth, cold-aged Genesee. It's not just a beer, it's a Jenny.
Wishing you and your family a happy Hanukkah from all of us at Channel 2.
Donate a new toy and make our Christmas wish come true for kids' sake.
We're proud to bring you this special color presentation of Charles Dickens' classic Christmas story, Scrooge.
Hello, I'm Patrick McNeil. The holiday season is my favorite time of year. Families get together. They come from all parts of the continent. People really seem to enter into the spirit of things. A tradition in our family for many Christmases has been to watch the movie Scrooge. It was taken from Charles Dickens' novel A Christmas Carol, which was written in 1843. There have been several versions of this film, but my favorite is George Minter's. It was made in 1951. It starred Alistair Sim. It really seemed to capture the true essence of the Dickens novel. After all, A Christmas Carol is a story of redemption. Dickens himself called it a sentimental romance. It just seemed to capture the true holiday spirit so well. Why don't you and your families join me in watching this Christmas classic, Scrooge?
This special presentation of Dickens' Scrooge with Alistair Sim is brought to you in part by Tide. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. And by Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
New liquid Tide with Clothesline Fresh Scent. It'll make your whole wash smell as fresh as all outdoors. New Clothesline Fresh Tide.
See this number? This is what it stands for. It's the patent number of a unique conditioner that leaves hair fuller. Who's got that patent? Prell. Yes, Prell. We've developed a clean rinse formula. Nothing rinses cleaner. So nothing leaves hair fuller. Our conditioner is so unique, we've got a patent on it. Prell. The cleaner the rinse, the fuller the hair.
Old Maley was as dead as a doornail. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I'm going to relate. The register of his burial was signed by Scrooge, and Scrooge's name was good on the London Exchange for anything he chose to put his hand to. Ah, Mr. Scrooge.
Your servant, sir.
Are you off home to keep Christmas?
I am not in the habit of keeping Christmas, sir.
Then why are you leaving so early?
Because, sir, Christmas is a habit of keeping men from doing business.
Come, it's the nature of things that ants toil and grasshoppers sing and play, Mr. Scrooge.
An ant is what it is, and a grasshopper is what it is, and Christmas, sir, is a humbug. Good day.
Mr. Scrooge, sir.
Who are you?
Samuel Wilkins, sir.
Oh, yes. You owe me a little matter of 20-odd pounds, I believe. Well, if you want to pay it, come to my place of business. I don't conduct my affairs in the teeth of inclement weather.
I can't pay you, sir.
I'm not surprised.
Not unless you give me more time.
Did I ask you for more time to lend you the money?
Oh, no, sir.
Then why should you ask me for more time to pay it back?
I can't take my wife to a debtor's prison.
Then leave her behind. Why should she go to a debtor's prison anyway? She didn't borrow the £20, you did. Huh. What has your wife got to do with it? For that matter, what have I got to do with it? Good afternoon.
But Mr. Scrooge, it's Christmas.
Christmas has even less to do with it, my dear sir, than your wife has or I have. You'd still owe me £20 if you're not in a position to repay if it was the middle of a heat wave and August bank holiday. Good afternoon. Be off with you.
Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?
Mr. Maley has been dead these 7 years. In fact, he died 7 years ago this very day.
Oh. Well, we have no doubt that his generosity is well represented by his surviving partner. At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute.
Are there no prisons?
Plenty of prisons.
And the union workhouses, are they still in operation?
They are. I wish I could say they were not.
And the treadmill and the poor law, they're still in full vigor, I presume?
Both very busy, sir.
Oh, from what you said at first, I was afraid that something had happened to stop them in their useful course. I'm very glad to hear it.
I don't think you quite understand us, sir. A few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth.
Why?
Because it is at Christmas time that want is most keenly felt and abundance rejoices. What can I put you down for?
Oh. Nothing.
You wish to be anonymous?
I wish to be left alone. Since you ask me what I wish, sir, that is my answer. I help to support the establishments I have mentioned. Those who are badly off must go there.
Many can't go there, and some would rather die.
If they would rather die, they'd better do it and decrease the surplus population. Besides, it's not my business.
Isn't it, sir?
No. It is enough for a man to understand his own business without interfering with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Who's that?
Your nephew, Uncle.
It's you, is it? Well, what do you want?
Neither to borrow money or beg a mortgage, Uncle. Only to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Keep Christmas in your own way and leave me to keep it in mine.
But you don't keep it.
Then let me leave it alone then. Much good may do you to keep it. Much good it has ever done you.
It certainly done me no harm.
No, your wayward nature has done that. And your marriage?
My marriage was the making of me.
The ruin of you, you mean?
Why don't you come and see for yourself if you won't take my word for it? Come and dine with us tomorrow.
No, thank you.
But why? Why?
Why did you marry against my wishes?
Because I fell in love.
You fell in love with a woman as penniless as yourself. Oh, good evening.
We've never had any quarrel that I've ever been party to. I asked nothing of you. I came here in the spirit of right goodwill, and I won't let you dampen it. So a Merry Christmas to you anyway, Uncle.
Good evening.
And a Happy New Year.
Good evening. Humbug!
How is Mrs. Cratchit and all the small assorted Cratchits?
Very well, sir, thank you.
All champing at the bit for Christmas to begin, eh?
Oh, yes, sir. All very eager.
And the little lame boy, which one is he?
Tim, sir.
That's right. How is he?
We're in high hopes. He's getting better, sir.
Good. A Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, sir, and a Merry Christmas to you, sir, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Stay tuned for more bar and humbug right after these announcements.
Michael, I bet you want a new bike for Christmas this year. No? Well, how about roller skates? Really? Don't tell me you're one of those kids who wants a Big Sur waterbed. Well, any child would love a Big Sur Super Single-Size waterbed, available in many different styles. A perfect gift for hard-to-please kids like Michael. Big Sur waterbeds, 7510 Transit Road and 3701 McKinley Parkway in Buffalo.
Presenting a turning point in the history of screwdriving, the Black & Decker cordless screwdriver. A screwdriver so powerful, it can drive 100 screws on a single charge. Any less, and it wouldn't be the Black & Decker cordless screwdriver. The revolutionary new power ratchet from Black & Decker versus an ordinary ratchet. Black & Decker's power ratchet is faster, easier, and cordless. The ordinary ratchet is, well, cordless. The new power ratchet, only from Black & Decker.
The thrill. The fun. The excitement. The feud. The Family Feud, weeknights at 7. Then, these people like you and me.
Did you happen to win a contest where you didn't wear any clothes?
You jump out of planes nude.
Are going to match wits with your favorite stars.
Men and women have to do it together?
On Third Degree. The Family Feud in Third Degree, weeknights starting at 7, only on Channel 2.
All I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth. Oh, maybe I should have asked to win the Toyota truck contest. But it's not too late for you. Go to your Toyota dealer, predict who's going to win the Sunday game, and you can win tickets to a Bills game. Or better yet, a new Toyota truck.
Buy a new Toyota truck this week and receive a pair of 2-day lift tickets at Killington Ski Area, the Six Mountain Ski Resort. Only at Culligan, Gambino, Halls, Marooney, and Northtown Toyota.
Next year, I'll ask for a big toothbrush. Something like that.
The big stories
Are there for anyone?
What would you like to do with your big brother? I hope
Is the time care we take? You're the one who really matters. As we share the news we gather.
So, big brother, Glenn's waiting for
we know what matters.
We now return to Scrooge with Alastair Sim.
Keep him working in that cold little room just as late as he possibly can. Christmas Eve or no Christmas Eve, they're all over.
You want the whole day off tomorrow, I suppose.
If quite convenient,
It's
sir.
not convenient. And it's not fair. If I stopped you half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, wouldn't you, But you don't think me ill-used if I pay a day's wages for no work, do you,
It is only once a year, sir.
It's a poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December.
Yes, I'm sure I'm very sorry, sir, to cause you such an inconvenience. It's the family more than me, sir. They put their hearts into Christmas, as it were, sir.
Yes, and put their hands into my pockets, as it were, sir. I suppose you better have the whole day. But be back all the earlier next morning.
I will indeed, sir. Thank you, sir. It's more than generous of you, sir.
Yes, I know it is. You don't have to tell me.
Merry Christmas, sir.
A Merry Christmas, sir. You, a clerk, on 15 shillings a week with a wife and a family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam. Waiter,
Yes.
more bread.
Halfpenny extra, sir.
No more bread.
Yes.
All of Dickens' work, A Christmas Carol, Great Expectations, David Copperfield, show the inequalities of life between the poor and the wealthy. He was born in 1812. He was the son of a government clerk who was later sent to prison. And because of family poverty, he had very little education. He started as a reporter on a newspaper and contributed articles to monthly magazines. Then, at the age of 24, he wrote the Pickwick Papers. It was an instant success and made him financially secure. He was also an actor and a speaker, and he toured America in 1842, and amongst other things, advocated the abolition of slavery. In 1843, he published A Christmas Carol, which showed the horror of poverty and the emptiness of wealth so splendidly.
Scrooge is brought to you in part by Bounce. It stops static before static stops you.
Static can give people the wrong impression.
It'll stop you.
Static can be openly embarrassing.
It'll stop you.
And static can strike when least expected.
It'll stop you. Yeah.
Because the more you move, the more static can build up. But you can stop static cling by using Bounce, because Bounce leaves clothes virtually static-free.
It won't stop you.
Bounce. It stops static before static stops you.
This sink was cleaned by Albert's mother. She got all the tough, greasy stains she could see, and lots more she couldn't see, because they were way below the surface in teeny tiny cracks. Albert's mom used Comet with bleach-boosted chlorinol, which, unlike her old cleanser, penetrates tough grease better and bleaches way down deep. Next time, consider Comet, considering what happens in sinks. For dirt you see and dirt you don't. Comet for the deeper clean.
I've just about given up. My son invariably wears a white sweatshirt while shooting baskets in the mud and rain. I thought that shirt would never be really white. Then I tried Tide with bleach.
For your tough whitening problems, you need the one with the power of liquid bleach to whiten better than other detergents. Even a sock this dirty gets only this white with other detergents, but gets gleaming white with Tide with bleach.
Unbelievable. Sincerely, Virginia Raitano.
When it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide.
All right, who were you then?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
Oh. What do you want with me? In that case, can you sit down?
I can.
Well, do it then.
You don't believe in me.
I don't.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheat. You might be an undigested bit of beef, a piece of cheese, a fragment of underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave in you, whatever you are. You see that toothpick?
I do.
You're not looking at it.
But I see it notwithstanding.
I'm just going to swallow this and I'll be tortured for the rest of my life by a legion of hobgoblins. All of my own creation. It's all humbug, I tell you.
Man of the worldly mind, do you believe in me or not?
I do. I must. But why do you walk the earth? And why do you come to me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men. If it goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world. And witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth, and turn to happiness.
Why do you fit out?
I wear the chain I forged in life. I made it link by link and yard by yard. I girded it on to my own free will and of my own free will. I wore it.
You have my sympathy.
You do not know the weight and length of strong chain you bear yourself. It was full as heavy and as long as this 7 Christmas Eves ago, and you have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain. Mark me! In life, my spirit never roved beyond the limits of our money-changing home. Now I am doomed to wander without rest or peace. Incessant torture, remorse.
But it was only that you were a good man of business, Jacob.
Business! Mankind was my business. Their common welfare was my business. And it is at this time of the rolling year I suffer most. Hear me. My time is nearly gone. I come tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. A chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer.
Thank you, Jacob. You were always a good friend of mine.
You will be visited by 3 spirits.
What? Was that the chance of hope that you mentioned, Jacob?
It was.
Oh, well, in that case, never mind. I think I'd rather not.
Without their visits, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first when the bell tolls 1. Hope to see me no more. But look here, that you may remember for your own sake what has passed between us.
Why do they lament?
They seek to interfere for good in human matters and have lost their power forever.
Alistair Sim in Scrooge will be right back, so don't go away.
He was one of Elvis Presley's favorite singers.
His voice is so strikingly beautiful that RCA recorded 24 albums of his tender love songs. And now, for the first time on TV, you can enjoy the most heart-touching love songs of John Gary.
Time goes by so slowly.
Escape to a world of romantic magic with these tenderly beautiful John Gary recordings.
Wish I knew, wish she knew what I'm dreaming of. Whenever we kiss,
Imagine enjoying this romantic magic anytime you want.
long before you miss me. The evening breeze caress the trees.
Every recording is richly orchestrated.
Just come to me.
John Gary, the all-time heart-touching favorites not sold in any store. Order yours now.
Mail 1298 to John Gary, Box 658, Buffalo 14213. You get 2 records, 2 cassettes, or long play compact disc. This special John Gary offer will end with no advance notice. Write this address down now. Mail 1298 in Canada. Send $15.98 Canadian funds to John Gary, Box 658, Buffalo 14213. John Gary, Box 658, Buffalo, New York 14213.
Presenting the ultimate iron versus Black & Decker's new advanced system irons. The difference? Black & Decker's world-renowned steam system features 3 steam settings and surge of steam. Our competitor doesn't. Our irons come with true self-cleaning. Our competitor doesn't. And Black & Decker includes automatic shut-off. Our competitor doesn't. New advanced system irons from Black & Decker.
Spirit whose coming was foretold to me? I am. Who and what are you? I am the ghost of Christmas past. Long past? No, your past. And what is your business here with me? Your welfare. My welfare. Your reclamation, then. Take heed, rise, and walk with me. Through the window? Are you afraid? I am a mortal and liable to fall. Bear but a touch of my hand, and you shall be upheld in more than this. I was a boy here. They are but shades of the things that have been. They do not know we are here. Look, there's my old school. How lonely and deserted it looks. Not quite deserted. A solitary boy, yourself, Ebenezer, forgotten by his friends, is left there still.
I know.
But not for me. He doesn't know me, nor even what I look like. Same as I hardly know you now that you're quite a woman. Mamma must have looked as you look now just before she died.
Perhaps that is what has changed his mind towards you. He spoke to me so gently one night when I was going to bed that I wasn't afraid to ask him just once more if you might come home. And he said, yes, you should, and sent me in a carriage to bring you. And you're never to come back here anymore. And you're never to be lonely again.
Never to be lonely again.
Never as long as I live.
Well, then you must live forever, Fan. Nobody else ever cared for me. Nobody else ever will. You must live forever, Fan.
Oh, dear brother, what nonsense. Everyone loves you very much. You must forgive Papa and forget the past. For our dearest mother's sake.
Oh, Fan.
Bring down Master Scrooge's box.
Our sister was always a delicate creature whom a breath might have withered, but she had a large heart.
She had.
She died a married woman and had, I think, children.
One child.
True, your nephew.
She died giving him life.
As your mother died giving you life, for which your father never forgave you, as if you were to blame.
Scrooge, presented in part by New Secret, Sporty Clean Scent.
A 20-pound free weight doesn't know the difference between a man and a woman. A jump rope isn't designed any differently for a man or a woman. But when a woman sweats, her antiperspirant better know the difference. That's why we've developed new Sporty Clean Secret. Strong enough for a man, but pH balanced for an active woman's chemistry, with a clean new scent that lasts. Because there is a difference between him and you. New Sporty Clean Secret.
I'd just about given up. My son invariably wears a white sweatshirt while shooting baskets in the mud and rain. I thought that shirt would never be really white. Then I tried Tide with bleach.
For your tough whitening problems, you need the one with the power of liquid bleach to whiten better than other detergents. Even a sock this dirty gets only this white with other detergents, but gets gleaming white with Tide with bleach.
Unbelievable. Sincerely, Virginia Raitano.
When it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide.
When you've got diarrhea, you can take this. And when you're in real trouble, now you can choose maximum strength Pepto-Bismol.
People do almost anything to keep ordinary nasal spray up in their nose where it can work. Fortunately, there's Sinex Ultrafine Mist. Twice as fine as ordinary sprays, it stays up in your nose for the best relief possible. Sinex Ultrafine Mist.
And now, back to Scrooge.
No doubt.
Recall it?
Why, bless my soul, it's old